everyone, and welcome to those in our community around the back here and those online. I'm going to start off with a karakia. Me inoi tātou, e te atua, tēnei au, tēnei mātou, o mema kua poti te hapori o Whanganui, arahina ia mātou ki te whakatau ngā whakatunga pai, mō te rohi mō ngā tangata katoa, kia piki ai te ora o te hapori, me ngā iwi katoa o Whanganui, homie, huie, taikie. Let us pray, dear God, here I am, here we are, your elected members of Whanganui, guide us to make good decisions for the district, for all people, to uplift the community and all peoples of Whanganui, bring forth unity, it is done. Amen. Once again, welcome to those. We've got a bit of interest in today's meeting on a few items, so it's great that we've got our community coming to us. We also want to come to you as well as much as we can, taking counsel to the people, but you're also always very welcome to come to us. And welcome to those online. We do have an apology. David Wells, Chair of the Rural Community Board. We have Judd Bailey attending on his behalf. Welcome, Judd. So I'm going to move that the Council accepts the apology of David Wells, Rural Community Board Chair, and grants leave of absence for this meeting. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Oh, sorry, did I not do that part? Yeah, going a bit fast. All right. You got that? Yep. Great. Leave of absence. I see we've got Councillor Rob online. So wherever you are, Councillor Rob, it's great to have you here. We did have you as leave of absence, but you've come in. So that is for the next. I'll just notice. Okay. Yeah. And we've got Councillor Jenny Duncan on here as well. Is that? Okay. Right. Okay. So I'm going to move the motion that the Council notes that the leave of absence for Councillor Rob Vincent for 27 August to 4 October 2024 inclusive, and Councillor Jenny Duncan for 10 September to 15 October 2024 inclusive. Do I have a mover? Councillor Jenny, Councillor Glenda, sorry. Councillor Glenda to move and Councillor Peter to second. All those in favour? Against? Motion is carried. It's good, Rob, because you're looks like you already left the shores. So yeah. So declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest for today? Deputy Mayor Helen. Sorry, I'll just get my this set up. Sorry, this is not set up. Can I just? Deputy Mayor Helen.
Item 8.1, Council appointment to the Whanganui Naming Panel.
Okay. All right. And Councillor Charlotte, yes, you'll be the same.
On that note, the 8.1, the naming panel.
Okay, great. All right. To move those, or okay. Oh, yeah. The other just point to note on the agenda that you may have in front of you is that item 8.4 has been withdrawn from the agenda. It will go to the next meeting, which is Sergeant Gallery Trust update. That will be... no, that's separate. It's a Sergeant Gallery Trust. Yep. All right. The next item is mayoral message. So this is something that I've do at the start of each council meeting just to for those on camera and those basically in our community, just hear what's on my mind at the moment. So here we go. This Sunday, we all welcomed the first day of spring. But I don't know, when the sun was shining. In fact, a few of us went over to Palmerston North on Friday to play hockey. Mayor Grant Smith versus myself and a team, and the event was going to be called off because it was raining and thundery and lightning, and in Wanganui we had beautiful 21-degree balmy day. So, but the sun always shines in Wanganui, and indeed for those that woke up on Sunday morning, we were blessed with some beautiful sunshine. The blossoms were out and the colours of flowers all around us. And spring, to me, brings with it the symbolism of having ground out the tough winter elements in short days. It also brings with it optimism and hope. Hope is a critical word for all of us today as it takes us forward from what is socially and financially a winter of discontent and, I'd say, angst. We need hope in our lives to lift us out of the winter, whatever that is which pulls you down. Hope is free. Hope is for all of us. And here is the first verse of a poem by Emily Dickinson. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. So hope also never stops. I attended a Puanga celebration dinner 2 weeks ago, and I think this is a great addition to our society as it signifies well-being, reflection and hope. It is a time for harvesting and preparing the land for the coming year, as well as a time for honouring those who have passed and bringing people together. So I ask you all to think about the concept of hope as we come into spring. And from conversations I've had with many people, I'm still very conscious of the challenges we have financially, and as I've spoken many times, of the social division in our society across New Zealand and the world, and here in Wanganui. However, there is hope. We have seen the OCR come down and banks appear to be gearing up for an interest rate battle. It was also pleasing to see some green shoots of optimism arrive with the spring weather, with business confidence soaring to the highest level in a decade, according to the ANZ Business Confidence Outlook survey for August, with top-line confidence lifting 23 points to plus 51 in August, including forward-looking activity indicators lifting strongly. Our job as elected members is to make decisions which enable and provide a platform for all of us in our community to have the best lives now, but also in the future as well. Some might have slightly different versions of what we are required to do, but in essence that is our job. It is also our job to navigate through turbulent times socially and financially. A few of us attended the LGNZ, Local Government New Zealand, conference in Wellington last week. There was a lot that was discussed and communicated to us, but there were two main takeaways for me. The Prime Minister's short and sharp speech. And, you know, I actually agree with him that councils need to get back to the basics and not deliver nice-to-haves. What I disagree with him is that he threw a blanket over all of local government. This council, our council, has gone through our budget line by line, and as quoted in the June council meeting, this is quoted from June, a quick tally-up reveals that the total capital expenditure council is undertaking over the 10 years of the long-term plan is 519 million. Of this, 407 million, 79% approximately, relates to infrastructure, 3 waters and roading. In addition, we are also maintaining parks and reserves, running libraries and delivering a range of essential services. I believe that is a record amount on the basics. This was said in June. I believe that we've also not announced any nice-to-have projects this triennium. Now, we would love to do that, but we haven't. We are a responsible and prudent council who are doing the basics, and we're preparing for the future for when the time will be right to deliver community assets and aspirations to improve our livability even more. The second takeaway from the LGNZ conference was collaboration. And as I've said before, we have 14 councils within 2 hours' drive from Wanganui. That is ludicrous. 14 chief executives, 14 CFOs, 14 HR functions, 14 Microsoft Office licenses, and a myriad of other duplication. It is not sustainable. It is also very inefficient. The time is right to pursue collaboration with potential for amalgamation down the track, whilst ensuring that local voice is heard loudly, as well as cost savings and efficiencies realised for our ratepayers. I'm also very pleased about the start of the new portfolio structure, which have been introduced to take our council closer to our community, with clear ownership by elected members as well as our community embracing this. It is early days, but it is good to see our elected members embrace their respective portfolios, and I'm excited to see where these go. The closer we are with our community, the better we are. That's the way it should be if we are to embrace localism or subsidiarity, which is making decisions closest to where they will have their effect. This goes hand in hand with supporting our community with community-led initiatives and projects, so it is pleasing to see the Friends of the Aviary pick up the potential closure of the Aviary and champion it to stay open. Whether we voted for this or voted for or against this, I applaud this group for putting their hand up. So I just want to say, our council is here for our community. We're here for all of our people, not just some of them, for all of us. And we're required to make decisions for all of our community. And sometimes you don't like our decisions, and some do. And I would just ask that you sometimes put yourselves in our seat and how you would make decisions, and also think about those that disagree with your decision as well. It's not easy, but we are here for our community. We're here to serve you and lead this district into our future. Thank you. Next item is item 6, which is a public forum. We have Marie Mackay from the Wanganui Community Arts Trust. So welcome, Marie.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me,
Yes, Councillor Rob.
I just wanted to confirm that you can hear me, please.
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Yep, no, thank you. And hopefully, I assume you can hear us too, so, yeah.
It's 2 a.m, so I'm not looking my best.
All right. So we've got a public forum first. Sorry, before the. I think that's right. Oh yeah, sorry, that's right. Yeah, good point. Sorry, it's not on this one here. Yeah. Sorry, I do want to take, before you get started, so you're Marie, eh? Oh, welcome Marie. So before you get started, I just want to take a moment's silence for 2 people that have recently passed.
Yep.
One is, and I understand they both passed on the same day. One is the Māori King, Kingi Tahutia, and Tahuitea, and the other is Piki Waratini. Auntie Piki is known to many of us, whose tangi was at 11 o'clock this morning, and so if we could just take I just want to take a moment to bow our heads and take a moment of silence. Thank you. Oh, if you'd stand if you'd like to. Thank you. Thank you for honouring that moment. Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Yeah, sorry, I read in the paper today that Peter Gresham, his death notice is in today's paper, and of course he, former member of Parliament.
Yeah,
for
look, I
Whanganui.
know
Yep.
I know Peter Gresham. I didn't know that actually, so that's a bit of
Yeah.
a shock to me. So, yeah, and his family, and I know his son Adam as well. So, yeah, so look, let's thank you for signalling that out. So, yeah, so perhaps we'll make this. Look, we do have obviously many people pass in our community between council meetings, so maybe we should look to. We can't honour everyone, but there are people that have made significant contributions to our community. So, we'll certainly reflect on Peter's life next time, perhaps. Yeah. So look, on that note, I do once again will welcome Marie, and have you got some colleagues there with you? If you'd like to
do. Tēnā koe e te koro matua mō tō karakia.
bring your microphone a bit closer, if that's okay.
Tēnā koe e te koro matua mō tō karakia, mō tō wakaro pai. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Marie Mackay. I'm the chair of the Arts Centre, and I have two trustees with me, Elaine Clark and John Singleton, and they'll probably chip in.
Okay.
I wrote some notes, additional notes, and then dropped them in the car park.
So
at
before
work,
you just get started, so welcome to you all.
you.
So the process here is you have 5 minutes to speak, and there'll be
Yep.
5 minutes of question time. So, but look forward to hearing from you. There you go.
I probably don't need 5 minutes. We've provided a paper to you, which I understand you all have.
Great.
And really just to add that we really are looking for a long-term solution, and we're asking you to think strategically. We support the arts. We support the council's investment in the arts, the Sargent Gallery project included, and your leading edge strategy. We believe we form a part of that ecosystem of the arts that's very important and supports your vision going forward. We work at the community level, at the grassroots level. We provide support, space for artists to show their work. We provide space for the community to learn about the arts, to view art, to come to classes at the Potters Centre. And that all feeds into what you're trying to achieve. It builds goodwill towards the arts in the community. Listening to you speak, I can see that you're in the same position as us. All your costs are up. We're actually at a position where we definitely have had a moment when we wondered whether we could actually continue because of how much our costs have gone up. We're really grateful to the Community Foundation. They've bailed us out this year with a $10,000 grant. But we find ourselves with a commercial ground lease that we cannot afford to pay long term, and we're hoping for some solutions from you. Did you guys want to say anything?
No, I mean, I've been in Whanganui some 20 years now, but joining the art, I've always been involved with art, but joining the community at 19 Taupo Quay, it amazed me how many other people come to use our system. Totally devoid of being the art. We've got yoga and different people coming to use it, and to lose that, which is unique to a city of our size, would be a shame. That's
Yeah, we know we have 13,000 people just visiting the Boring Gallery, and then there's the Potters workshops and Louise Herdman's mosaic workshops and many other users. So we feel we're well regarded in the community as a facility. Our galleries are booked until July, fully booked until July next year, and good bookings further on. But it doesn't cover our increased overheads, power. Oh my goodness. Or everybody in this room will have experienced that this winter, I feel, yeah.
It is if I could add, it is a problem for us now when people are coming in and saying, may we book a space for the end of 25, and they're talking about 26, and we can't quantify that because we don't know whether we'll be there or not.
So yeah, keen to hear any questions from you, really.
Great. No, well, thank you for coming up and coming to this meeting. And my appeal is to anyone who wants to make a public forum, come to the public forum. It's always there to be open, so thank you for utilising that. So I'll go first of all to Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you, Marie, John and Elaine for coming today and for your written submission, which the public won't have seen. But I understand officers will write a report following all of this, and there'll be a lot more visibility to the public then. I just wanted to ask you, from your knowledge, there are quite a few other centres in New Zealand which have community-led art centres, very similar to what you have here, and which are pivotal, very much grassroots. Is that correct?
There are quite a few. We actually answered a survey recently about some research that was being done about community art centres, and the researcher was astounded that we didn't get any council support because every other community art centre actually does. Yeah.
Thank you, Marie. And the building that you occupy, was that a purpose-built building for the community art centre? Was that its genesis on that site?
No, it was an old NZR bus garage,
yeah,
and
bus
we've
repair
upgraded it over the years, so it's a bit more purpose-built, yeah.
Right, so but you actually, your organisation, long time ago, actually built it on that site using an old building.
Yeah, 1989, and at that time, I think that sale was somehow facilitated by the council. I'm not sure on the details because I haven't been there that long. And then we also used to get an annual operating grant of $10,000, so we could then employ a coordinator. These days, we just do all that ourselves. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And my understanding of that would be if your building was on council-owned land rather than the harbour board, you'd be entitled to a 90% rental discount from the council.
Yeah, I've looked at your community lease policy and it's amazing, but we don't qualify because we're on Harbour Board endowment land. We have been offered a community lease in the past, so your policy must have been different, but at that point I think we got we were offered a 30% reduction, but the council had the right to purchase the building at any time and give us 12 months notice to vacate. And we just couldn't do that as responsible trustees. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We've got a question from Councillor Ross.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, and through the Mayor, thank you for your report. I wonder if you could confirm, the Boring Gallery advised me last week that in a 12-month period they had over 14,000 people through their gallery, and 75% were not from Wanganui. Would you be able to confirm that that would be a similar figure, if not more, that actually go through the full gallery of the Community Arts Centre?
I think most people start at the Boring Gallery and then go through the Arts Centre. It doesn't obviously include the number of people that go to pottery classes or the mosaic classes or any of the other workshops. So yeah, we have good attendance.
So counting the pottery and the mosaic, and there's also another enterprise recently opened down the upstairs, it would be well in excess of 15,000.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have one more question from Councillor Cage.
Thank you. Thanks, Marie, and thanks for presenting to us today. Just I guess a question around, you've mentioned that you've got the Wanganui Community Foundation one-off grant this year. You've applied to COGS in the past. Any other organisation, funding agencies that you've applied for? How are you, do you get a warm kind of response, or do you want to just give us a little bit more background about your approaches to other funders and how successful or not you've been?
In the past, we have applied to Lotteries Community, but the arts are not generally a priority. We've just applied again because we have to, and we'll wait and see, but I don't know how we'll go with that. you know, it's fair. Social services in this time are really important, and we understand they need to be prioritised, but there's really no ongoing operational funding for community arts in this whole country. Yeah.
Thank you.
What about when we were doing the electricity, the panels on the roof?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We were, it's one of our long-term, was one of our long-term goals is to become, to get the panels and the battery powered and get the, there's various ways. We've looked at 3 quotes. One was astronomical, but it would be really good to get the panels up on the roof and then become sort of almost independent of the supply and probably sell back electricity to the grid when there wasn't a lot of people using the gallery. But we should be able to probably make enough electricity to run the gallery free of the grid. So that's what we have been trying to find out.
Yeah, it's fair to say we're in a constant process of cutting where we can and trying to find other income streams constantly, yeah.
Sounds like you should be sitting around the council table as well. Yeah, that's something that,
No,
same as
thank
us.
you.
No, but look, that is time. But thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming in once again. We've heard you, and so we'll see how it plays out from here.
Cool.
Yeah.
It would be probably quite good to have some kind of discovery session with some staff, I think, about possible long-term solutions as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So look, what I would say is this has been on our mind. There's different property portfolios that we have sitting under council. There's the city and there's the harbour and so on. And so how these are the unintended consequences, kind of where you've fallen into, and so we need to play into that space and understand how we move through that without further unintended consequences happening. So yeah.
Yep.
And I see Councillor Kate would like to.
Just a question of you, Mr. Mayor. As we know, we're going through a bit of a review of the community grants process at the moment, and the Deputy Mayor's leading that. I'm just wondering if the community leases, which is essentially a grant that we make to the community, whether that policy might be reviewed and under the same piece of work.
Just yeah, no, it's a good idea.
Doesn't necessarily need an answer now, but I'm just suggesting it.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Look, well, this is not to get into solution mode, but it's proposing some ideas, and we'll do a full review of that. Look, what we're doing is really picking up a whole lot of things that haven't been looked at in the past and uncovering some opportunities to be more efficient, find cost savings, but make sure that we're there for our community at the same time. So it's a fine balance. So we will come back to you at some stage as we work through next steps on this.
Cool. Same. We're in the same position as you. Thank you for your time.
Great. We'll move to public reports now. So the first item on the agenda is the Friends of the Avery funding request. Sorry, I skimmed that. Yes, thank you. So 7. Happy to move. Happy to second, Councillor Ross. Yep. So I'm trying to go too fast today. I need to slow down. So we're going to... No, got a mover, I've got a seconder. At the minutes of the council meeting held on 16 July 2024, I confirmed it's true and correct record. So are there any comments on this at all? Okay, looking around the table. So all those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Right, 8.1, Friends of the Avery funding request. So we've had a council officer report, but do you want to speak to this first, David, and then we'll come to what we've got on the screen here. So basically, David will present the council officer report, but we have had a counter motion presented to us just from Councillor Ross and seconded by Councillor Peter. So,
Yeah, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order too.
Point of order.
Yeah. Does this motion not have to meet the 5-day advance notice?
2 day under 27.1, I believe, standing orders.
I'll have to take some advice on that.
Unfortunately, I haven't got a copy of standing orders in front of me, but I always understood that there had to be 5 clear working days notice for a notice of motion.
So there's 3 separate point of orders.
Okay, well, let's just go through with this one first. And so I'm just going to ask our Chief Executive, David Langford, to introduce the report, and then we'll deal with these one by one, starting with Councillor Rob. And I think, Councillor Michael, you've also got a point of order? You've got 2 points of orders? Yep, okay. And Councillor Philippa, before I go to David, you had your microphone on? I'm going to deal with the points of order after this, not now, but do you have
I guess it's just the notice of motion. 27.1 does read that
is this an additional point of order? Or?
the point is we're going to mention the notice of motion, 2 clear working days. If we could get that off the table straight away.
So I'm going to go to David first, then we'll deal with that second. Okay. David.
Through your worship, this report seeks to get approval from council for a $20,000 grant to the Friends of the Aviary. This is a request I have received from the group in the course of working with them to support them to develop their plan for taking over the running of the aviary following the deliberations decisions as part of the long-term plan. You will recall that the resolutions passed required the council to decommission the aviary, and that can be achieved by handing it over to the Friends to operate, so that there is no longer a ratepayer cost to the running of the aviary in the long term. We have now reached the point where the plan that has been developed by the Friends of the Aviary covers off all of the detail and the key issues that I would want to see satisfied before I handed over the aviary for their operation. Where the detail isn't yet provided, there is clear intent signalled in the plan, and it's just a matter of time for them to work through putting that detail together. So I'm comfortable that all of the animal welfare issues that were the original concern to me have been addressed or signalled to be addressed by that plan, and we could proceed. The next barrier to proceeding is one of funding for the Friends of the Aviary. They have a fundraising plan that will take them some time to get a critical mass of cash in the bank so that they can reliably employ the staff, knowing that they can pay people's wages. The request for funding from council is effectively for seed funding to accelerate that process. Officers are recommending that you approve the request on the basis that if you don't, the time it will take the trust to raise the funds, council will continue to incur costs paying wages of the staff whilst we're in this holding pattern, and the likelihood is you'll spend an equivalent amount of money in that holding pattern. So why not accelerate the process by granting the funding request is the officer's logic behind the recommendation. I will leave it there and open for questions. We do have the Friends of the Aviary with us. Before we go to question mode, was there anything that you wanted to add in support of the introduction?
No, it's a pretty good presentation. We have got prepared speeches as well, but we'll let you go to questions first, and then we can go from there if you like.
Maybe do the speech.
I think if you present now, I'm very happy if you present now. Then we'll go to the standing order, the points of order that have been raised. This is a time for you to add to the report in your own words.
Okay. Right.
Sorry, just bear with. Deputy Mayor Helen has got her.
Yeah, I'm very sorry to do this to you. I don't mean to stop you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but a councillor, one online, and Michael has raised 2 points of order, and my understanding is they must be dealt with immediately, and I know that's sort of stops this flow, but it worries me that one of our major tenets of standing orders is a point of order, which I understand everything stops and you must address and make a ruling on those things.
Fair
That's what I'm worried about.
That's fair call. So, yeah, so let's, we're going to have, so we'll just pause things for a moment while we make a call on that. So we just go back to Councillor Rob.
Yep.
What number of, he doesn't have the book.
27.1 for Rob.
I'm with, fortunately.
No, that's fine.
What?
I think we found the item 27.1.
Yeah, so they're all point of orders on 26.2E, breach of standing orders. One is on 9.12, which is raising a motion outside the scope of the agenda item. We've got standing order 27.7, which is we've already empowered the CE through resolution CNCL 2024-16, and any amendment or re-raising of motions within a 6-month period breaks 27.7. This also opens up to cross-examination, and obviously 27.1 raised by Rob and Philippa for not in writing within 2 working days. This is clear that this needs to be removed from the motion. Thank you.
So there's 3 all up. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. So we're just going to take a moment. If you just talk amongst yourselves for a moment, we'll just take a moment to go through these, and I'm happy to adjourn the live stream just for now. again. So welcome back. Thank you for your patience. So we had 3 points of order. So the first one is the one of Councillor Robb around the motion being received by the Chief Executive. It needs to be according to 27.1 of the standing orders. Once the motion is received, the Chief Executive must give members notice in writing of the intended motion at least 2 clear working days notice of the day of the meeting at which it will be considered. So just on that, this alternative motion does fail. There are 2 others. I'm going to pass over to the Chief Executive to talk to the others as well.
Through you, Chair. Sorry, Your Worship, even. Given that it's failed on one of them, I don't think an explanation of the other 2 is necessary. It'll just consume time of the meeting.
Great. Okay. Sorry, yeah. So Councillor Ross.
I accept the ruling, no problem at all. But I would like to foreshadow that should option 1 fail, I'd like to foreshadow that I will be representing a motion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see how this one here goes first. So let's go back to the Friends of the Aviary. Welcome. You're very welcome once again. So you've got, if you'd like to respond to, or just add your further thoughts to this paper.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor, CEO David, and all elected councillors. The Rotakawa Aviary Trust would like to thank you for the opportunity to seek your assistance in transitioning the aviary from the council books to that of the community. In 1979, the Whanganui Roundtable Association built the bird aviary for the Whanganui community and gifted it to the Whanganui District Council. Their hard work in raising the funds to build the aviary and then the hundreds of hours they put in to build the aviary is a testament to the ability of the charitable organisations in Whanganui. The encouragement and support we received from the community was the catalyst for forming a trust to keep the historical asset open to everyone, residents and tourists, to enjoy this unique attraction to our city. Our business plan, whilst brief, will continue to be developed as we continue our journey. Plans to become accredited by Ministry of Primary Industries and all the Zoo and Aquarium Association Australia will commence as rapidly as we are able to ensure the welfare of the birds at the highest standard, superseding the zoologist's report. As we develop best standards of practice for the aviary, we will be keeping the council fully informed at each stage. To ensure that we are acting in a professional manner, we have taken the steps of creating a trust deed, becoming an incorporated charitable trust with the company's office, and are now also registered as a charitable trust with a charity services. We have established a bank account and are waiting for IRD numbers to complete all the paperwork. As of Friday, we were confirmed to be a registered charitable trust, and we are now in a position to seek funding from within our community. Without this charitable trust status, we couldn't legally start fundraising without causing problems. We are aware this will take time and effort to put us in a sound financial footing. The timing of the LTP and the time needed for formation of the trust has meant we have missed the application deadlines for many of the charity grants for 2024. This is why we ask the Whanganui District Council to help us with the startup grant as asked for in the request from the CEO. During the transition, the council are paying for general running costs, wages, taxes, ACC levies, power, supplies and medical expenses. With the startup grant, it means these responsibilities will fall directly to us. Had the council still needed to rehome the birds outside of the aviary, there would have been expenses incurred with veterinary examinations of each bird, which is approximately $100 per bird, processing and vetting of suitable applicants, This expense alone could range up to $20,000 on top of the cost incurred for the general running of the aviary. With the help of the startup grant from Whanganui District Council, we can transition quicker than could be done if we had to start fundraising for general running costs from zero. We see an advantage happening immediately to the Whanganui District Council in approving the startup grant with getting the aviary off the books as outlined in the long-term plan. We are fortunate to have a solid startup committee who have dedication and a wide range of experience to ensure professional operation of the aviary. We also have multiple other offers of help and support from interested volunteers who have a wide range of skills required for maintaining, upgrading and repairing the aviary as needed, as well as caring for the welfare of the birds. We intend to turn the tables on the negative views that the aviary is just there for the enjoyment of humans to that of being a valuable educational resource. Like many zoos and aquariums and public aviaries around the world, there has been a strong move to use the facilities for conservation and animal education. This is a driving point of our desire to become accredited as well as avian well-being. Our education officer is ready to start creating education packs with ties to the lakes, history, wildlife and fauna, as well as the aviary birds. We also hope the Council will accept the opportunity to work with us in the future with community projects, for example, teaching residents and facilitating backyard pest control, which has been a successful program run with the community and the New Plymouth District Council. We are excited to explore the opportunities education programs can create for our community, well-being and that of our local native birds. After all the hard work and many hours that we have put in getting to this stage, we feel that we have not only stepped up to the plate, but we have gone so much further. But we do need your financial help so we can continue our journey and ask that you watch our progress with the aviary for years to come. We wish to acknowledge the amazing support and help we have received from the CEO and members of the Council that see the aviary for more than a collection of exotic birds in our quest to develop an acceptable business plan to transition the aviary from council owned to public ownership. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Grant, and I'm sure there's a number of supporters around the table. I don't know who's here for what, but I'm sure you brought a whole legion of people with you. So I just want to say thank you for that. I'm going to go to any questions of clarification. So clarification questions. We've got Councillor Charlie.
Yep, thank you. I originally voted to close the aviary, then I had concerns about the welfare of the birds and what would happen to them after. If you were to keep this open today and get your funding, what is your policy on breeding? I understand that there's going to be no breeding of crossbreeding, but there may still be breeding with like for like.
Yep. I'll let Karen answer that one.
Is it on?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Councillor Charlie. We intend to become accredited with the Zoos of Aquarium Association Australia. Within their policy, that start-up, to apply that, we have to be a member for 12 months before we can actually become accredited. There is guidelines and requirements within their accreditation that deals with breeding of the birds. And I'm not absolutely certain what their criteria is. Mr. Langford might be able to enlighten us on that, but I know that they require you to minimise interbreeding.
So how do you stop them breeding? Like you just break the eggs, do you? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, you can remove the eggs from the
Well, you
aviary.
can't stop them breeding, but you
Yeah,
can't.
you can't stop the breeding, but you can remove the eggs from the nest boxes.
So over time, would you?
over
Would
time.
you
But
There is another. Oh, sorry, there is another option to go single sex. But if you go single sex, then that is psychologically harming to the birds.
So do you see the sinking lid thing over the next 10 years where there's no birds left?
I don't know. I don't know whether we'll get to that stage. I think.
Sorry, Grant, can you just speak into the microphone a bit more so people...
I think there is a need for us to keep a number of the birds in the aviary until such time as it's deemed at a stage where it should be closed. But I think we want to establish a certain number of birds in there and try and keep that number at that level. Otherwise, there's no enjoyment if you go into an aviary and there's 10 birds there and 9 of them are hiding in nest boxes and one's flying around. So we want to keep a static number basically, and that will be by removing the eggs out of the aviary of any crossbreeding, of allowing some birds to breed but to selectively remove the birds for rehoming to suitable sources like the local bird club could take them. So we have got plans in place. It's just how we work it at that stage. But we don't intend to try and increase the number of birds, etc. We intend to just maintain a steady level.
Thank you.
Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. My question is around the cockatoos. I would just love an update on where that is at. I do know that in the welfare report it was suggested that there were too many in the small cage. Are there 4 still in there?
Yes, there are still 4. The cockatoos have a smaller flight area because they are hand-reared and they're trained to be ground hoppers. They don't need the same area of flight as the smaller birds do.
So to clarify, you are comfortable with their environment and with the stimulation that they have in that cage?
With the accreditation, a lot of these things will be dealt with. As I said, we have to be a member for 12 months before we can... Those 12 months we are guided by the accreditation officers. So we will be visited and we will have to upgrade to what their accreditation is. And so their worldwide accreditation goes above the 5 domains. And because they're a worldwide body, they may say that whatever they say about the cockatoos will have to be, for us to be accredited, will have to be enforced.
Okay, can I just clarify what I just heard? So within the 12 months that it will take you to become accredited, you will have to follow the guidance of the accreditor, which may be to reduce the number of cockatoos, as an example. What I'm asking, my question is, if their direction was to change the environment or to reduce the number, you would have to adhere
Correct.
to that. Thank you.
It's going to... Chief Executive David... Oh, okay, fine. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thanks for coming along and talking to us today. Appreciate it. My question is around funding, and you've told us, and I'm that just the whole process has been so speedy and needing to get up and running and having the charitable trust incorporated. So I guess now you're looking at other funding, and this 20,000 will cover off your operating expenses for nearly 6 months. So could you just tell us a little bit about the funding inquiries that you've made so far?
Lots and lots of them. We have the COGS charities, we have the charity services, we have Lotto, we have the GoMe funding available through the IRD, which is where you can donate through your pay. We have Little set up, ready to go. We have all sorts of community charities, applications ready to go. We have documents to take to local businesses seeking support. The list goes on.
Fantastic. So you're confident then that the 6-month period is going to allow you enough time to start bringing in some of that revenue?
Yes, it will be plenty of time for us to get the revenue going. I can't see it being an issue. We have offers of businesses donating to us, which they want to give us a regular monthly donation. We have businesses willing to make donations to us on a once-a-year basis, so we have lots of things already in the pipeline.
Lovely.
We just need to be able to do it properly so everyone gets the benefit of us being a charity.
Great. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go online to Councillor Rob.
Thank you, Your Worship. This question, if this motion wasn't supported today, I just want to know, ask the Chief Executive, how the birds would be disposed of under council ownership if it came to that.
Through Your Worship, you may recall that I've previously explained that the first step in rehoming the birds would be to develop a rehoming plan. That work was put on pause when you gave me direction to work with the Friends of the Aviary to see if we could hand the aviary over to them. So the short answer to Councillor Vincent's question is, at this point I can't confirm specifics because we would recommence that planning work. Typically we would be looking for alternative facilities across the country, other free flight aviaries that had a good reputation for animal welfare standards that we could rehome the birds to. But like I say, the detail would be put together in that plan.
Okay, thank you.
And if you could just make sure you're on mute, Councillor Rob, whilst you're not talking, it would be good just to prevent background noise. There's been a bit of background noise. We'll go to Councillor Peter.
Yes, my question through the chair is an exit plan. So should you not be able to raise the money, what is the plan then?
If we can't raise the funds, I don't know what we'll do as far as that goes, but the signs from what we've been offered so far is very positive.
So you have not got an exit plan?
I have not got a, pardon?
You've not got an exit plan?
Not as such, we don't intend to have an exit plan.
So it would revert back to the council then, or not?
That would be up to the council and us to decide at that stage. But I have no intention. I don't think any of the others of us have any intentions of getting to that stage. We will do whatever we require in the way of raising the funds to make sure we keep the aviary open. And that does not mean just going around local Wanganui businesses. We have already approached and had good response from out-of-town businesses as well.
So then, can I revert the question to the CEO? What is the exit plan should they not be able to raise the money?
Through you, Worship, at that point in time, the trust would be completely independent. So it would be the trust's responsibility to decide what to do. However, it's worth flagging the risk, because I've seen a lot of councils create community trusts to deliver these kind of initiatives, whether it's for sports stadiums or other things. They go out, they become independent for a while, they become financially unsustainable, and then they boomerang back to the council to pick back up again. So that is a risk that you need to acknowledge exists, that you could find yourselves in the future receiving a request from the trust to take the aviary back. It will be a decision of the day whether you accept the aviary back, and you'd be under no obligation to say yes, but I can imagine there'd probably be pressure to say yes.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Jenny.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Can I direct my question to the CE? Should the request for a $20,000 grant be one-off grant be confirmed today, not be confirmed today, sorry, we would revert to disestablishment. What would be the cost of decommissioning the aviary and removing the building?
Through Your Worship, if the funding is not approved today, I would need some direction from you, because the existing resolution is generic and open to interpretation in terms of how to achieve the decommissioning, which is why we're able to potentially hand the aviary over, because the council can decommission it by temporarily closing it, rehoming the birds to the care of the Friends of the Aviary, and then they can recommission the aviary afterwards. It's so it would depend on whether you wanted me to continue to work with the Friends of the Aviary whilst they undertook their alternative fundraising, or as is the intent of the notice of motion that Councillor Ross tabled, you could give me direction to just proceed with permanent closure. In terms of the cost aspect, it's a little bit difficult to put a dollar figure on it, because again, there are different ways of decommissioning the aviary. The resolution you passed doesn't direct me to demolish the structure or remove it, and there is a possibility that it could be preserved on the side and left. But either way, there is, if you want demolition, there will be a capital cost, an operating cost even, to dispose of the structure.
What would be a ballpark of that?
It would likely be in the, I would guess, in the low tens of thousands of dollars by the time you've paid gate fees at a landfill for disposing of the materials and the trucking costs.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Ross.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I acknowledge how hard you have worked and how many people have supported you. There's no doubt you've done a magnificent job. I need to ask the Mayor's permission to ask this question. The original recommendation is about the $20,000 start-up from Council. My question is, it may be out of the scope of that resolution. May I ask the presenters if they have confidence that they can meet an annual budget of at least $50,000 year on year on year?
I'm not going to accept that question. But thank you for asking it. All right, we have no further questions, I don't think. So, okay, Councillor Philippa is happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Helen. All right, great. So, so no further questions. We've got a mover, we've got a seconder. Do we have any comments on this item? We've got lots, gosh, okay, well I'm going to kick things off. So, I can find my notes. No, I can't find my notes. I've got them here somewhere, it's all too much going on. So I'll go to the first one, which is Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it pretty brief. This past, look, we had a big debate at the long-term plan. We moved to allow the Chief Executive to work with the Friends of the Aviary. They've done some great work. The Chief Executive is confident in the work they've done and in the future of this aviary under them, as far as welfare of birds, as well as around funding, around the MBI or the Zoo and Aquarium Association levels. I mean, we can see in the key features from A to G that this is we've got a credible organisation here. This is a win-win for council and our community. This is what we have been asking people to do, and we've been trying to cut costs out of our long-term plan to work closer with our community. We've got not only passionate people, we've got educated people, we've got people with the right skill sets, and like I said, our chief executive has recommended to us that he is comfortable. You know, they've told us all about the work they've been doing, including gaining now registered charitable trust status. They've talked about a number of organisations they can go to, and you know, this has saved us money. This has saved us money in decommissioning. You know, it saved us. It saved us money and what it was costing us, and why this came forward to council over 2 years, our annual plan and then our long-term plan. But not only that, this, regardless of whether some people think birds should be caged or not, the welfare's been sorted. This is one of the entranceways, Virginia Lake, to Wanganui. It's a part of you know, the magnificent Virginia Lake, and I just would ask councillors to support all the work done here by our volunteers with our chief executive, and give them a good chance to get this go for the mayor's sake of a one-off $20,000. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'll say what I was going to say, and pretty much supports what Councillor Philippa said. I voted against the aviary staying open during the long-term plan process. I think for very good reason, is that we were faced across the board with a once in a generation challenges around the financially for our council, for our community, and we needed to make some tough calls, and this was one of them. But I will be voting to retain the aviary for this time, because I looked at three decision criteria. One of them was financial viability. The second one was there was no burden to the ratepayer, and 3, the welfare of the birds. And I believe all those 3 I can tick off. So it's not about being anti the aviary. It's about meeting those criteria. You've achieved that, and I also want to thank our chief executive for we basically he leads a big team, but David is our only employee, and we wanted to see this through and to honour what you wanted to champion, and it was a chance for our community to own a community-led initiative, and that's what I'd like to see more of. I'd like to see what you've done and to see what you've done role modelled across our community in all sorts of different ways. So, and also congratulations on getting your charitable trust up and running, and also this is now an opportunity for the rest of the community, those other pretty much a 50-50 split, close to it, give or take, who said they wanted to see the aviary open. It's your chance to step up and help these guys out. Thank you. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation and all your hard work. It's great to have you rallying on behalf of the wider community. I want to talk about something else, and look, the environment in the aviary definitely needs improving. I'm sure you already recognise that, and I've got no doubt that you will do that, and we'll all be very grateful for that. The aviary is actually is architecturally designed. The actual building itself, or the structure itself, is actually pretty cool and unique if you look at the plans and you actually step back and take a look. And I would just like to impress on the new trustees to obviously respect that building, and any design changes obviously you take through an architect. It was designed in 1976 by Barry Harvey. He was a local mid-century architect, and he also designed a very notable house in Wanganui at 101 Putiki Drive. It sort of adds to our whole range. Wanganui has probably the most complete range of heritage over a period of time in New Zealand, so it adds to our UNESCO City of Design designation. It's a very sturdy structure, very, very well built. If you actually look at how it was constructed, that's largely big telephone poles buried very deep in the ground with concrete, so there'd be quite a mission to remove. So that's my plea really, and I certainly would not be if this failed. I wouldn't be promoting that council would decommission that building. I think it could have another life as another function, such as a children's play area. If it was very tidied up, it could be very, very cool, because it is a very cool structure. So just leaving that with you. I think this is about community-led, and thank you very much for doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. It's going to take a while. I think just about every councillor has got their hand up. So, Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, congratulations to the Friends of the Avery Trust. Well done. And also congratulations to our CE. When I initially raised this innovative idea, I was surprised it was shot down. But in some ways, it was good it was shot down, because a dramatic community response, a social media campaign was driven by this, which led us here today. So I'm pretty happy about how it was shot down. I couldn't be more proud of the community response and what you guys have achieved. So, I can't clap for you, but very well done. What I love about this is that there's been a large array of people, actual experts, not me, having an opinion, real experts, behavioural therapists, RSPCA, bird welfare, zoologists. They've all gone through the Avery since this time. And I've had a number of reports back. And it's led us to one of the highest standards that you guys are actually applying for in Australasia, which is awesome. So I congratulate you on that. This motion, I'm going a little off topic, because this motion really is about giving you funding. It's nothing else. Effectively, this motion, for you to say yes to this motion, you're saying yes to saving money. You're saying yes to trusting your community. You're saying yes to listening to one of the largest signatories and public displays of responses from our community. To say no to this is to say, no, I want to spend more money and not trust our community. So I can't imagine this failing, but nothing surprises me. Either way, congratulations. Thank you.
Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to start, apologies. I'll start first of all by thanking you for all the work that you've put into this proposal over the last couple of months. It is admirable, and I think it's a really good blueprint for future community organisations for how this sort of work could be carried out. That said, there is a but. And the but for me is that we have recently gone through a long-term plan. We have recently gone through deliberations. And I want to remind everyone that the opportunity that is before us today, or the option rather, was essentially the option put forward by Councillor Michael as part of deliberations. Yes, there was some degree of difference. I think Councillor Michael's proposal had an annual grant, an ongoing grant as part of it, but the proposal to hand the Avery over to a community group was put forward as part of deliberations, and it was voted down. So for me, even though there is new information being presented, and even though I am very impressed by the calibre of the information that's come forward, the set of reasoning that I used to cast my vote during deliberations has not changed. The evidence that I took into account when putting forward my vote and my opinion has not changed. And what I also just want to emphasise is that we live in a representative democracy, and as part of the consultation, there were something like 600 people who voted for the Avery to be closed. And I believe that even though those people did not come back to council subsequent to the deliberations, those people deserve to have representation around this table as well. And so I'm going to vote against this motion, because as far as I'm concerned, the set of reasoning that I used to cast my vote during deliberations has not changed, and therefore I cannot support this. But I do just want to emphasise that I am grateful for the work that you've put in to bring this proposal back to us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter.
Yes, through the chair. Josh has said most of what I was about to say. But for me, it is not so much an issue of money, it is a humanitarian issue. On my visit to the aviary, it saddened me deeply. I looked through the eyes of the birds and saw a prison and longed for freedom. As a youth, I was deeply influenced by the book Jonathan Livingston Seagull. And so, right from my vote will go exactly the same as I did at the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross.
Yep, thank you. Through the chair, I acknowledge what the Mayor says, and I think your points are extremely valid. I also acknowledge the group again. But I represent, if you will, our community, which is split on this. The data, the surveys, the submissions, pretty 50-50. So I need to represent in democracy the no vote. I was also elected to keep ratepayer money in mind and to keep the rates down as much as possible. This is $20,000 of ratepayers' money at a time where nice to haves is receiving a lot of criticism from the powers that be. Here's the pattern. A year ago, the officers suggested we close the aviary because of costs. We, the councillors, said no, and I supported that we keep it open and we do urgent upgrades. And I supported it because for 50 years we have ignored the needs of the severely disabled. For 50 years they have not been able to, in a large wheelchair, get through. And I was reassured that would happen. So they got my yes vote. So that's 2 down. Then we had the LTP, and if you go by first past the post, the number of submitters who said close slightly outweighed the number of submitters who said keep it open. Although there is a large group that says also, in some other way, keep it open, which is what you're presenting today, which would make you the majority then, if you include those people who said some other option, and I acknowledge that. My angle is very, I support Josh, but my angle is slightly different. And it's not about the group, it's about process. I'm concerned what the people who submitted to say close, their reaction would be to participating in the LTP process. They believed that that was it, that they had been heard, and now this happens. Petitions are fine, they are democracy. But this following after the LTP process, to me, is a bit like a second bite of the apple by those who did not achieve what they wanted. It may not give to the closed aviary submitters confidence to participate in the future, and it may risk a lack of confidence of council sticking to the decisions that we've already made. I want this council to be known separate to your issue. We stick to our issues.
Okay,
I
just need to pause.
Yeah.
26.2D, misrepresentation.
Sorry, if you just put your...
We have 26.2D, misrepresentation. We did not change or deviate from the original LTP decision. The wording has been used and accurately described by the CE at the start of this meeting.
Okay, let me just take a moment to...
It's going to be a long day.
Michael, can you just repeat what Councillor Ross said that is specific to...
We are deviating from the original LTP decision, which we are not. The CE has already stipulated that we are in line. It just requires a clarification that we are not deviating away from it. I know we can't.
Take it relax.
I don't know.
Troublemaker Ross. Isn't he? Ross. Ross.
Okay.
Ross fell into trouble.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, look, based on what Councillor Ross has said, which you repeated, your point of order is upheld, and I will ask the Chief Executive to explain. So we'll be asking Councillor Ross to withdraw his comment.
through your worship, by way of explanation, this is not a deviation from the decision that council's been made, because it achieves the outcome of decommissioning the aviary, and it achieves the outcome of no longer funding the aviary with ratepayer funding beyond the granting decision that's in front of you today.
Does that make sense?
So, Mr. Mayor, are you ruling against me, or are you asking me to withdraw specifically my references to the LTP process? Is that
correct?
But I need to withdraw those?
Oh, just.
Or you're overruling me?
Well, I'm agreeing with Councillor Michael that
withdraw and apologise.
that your
Okay.
comment is not accurate. It's a misrepresentation.
Okay, so I'll finish then with one sentence.
Sure, that's fine. Now you're able to carry on,
Okay.
Mr. Stone.
That's one sentence. I do not want this council to be known as the flip-flop council.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, Your Worship. Although I very clearly voted to decommission the aviary twice, we somehow find ourselves here where we have a very dedicated community group that have done substantial work to ensure a financially and ethically sustainable management model going forward. A lot of the reasons why I voted the way I did still exist, but many of them are alleviated with it coming off the council books and landing in the hands of our community. I'm a huge believer in community-led projects, with council playing an enabling role. Friends of the Aviary Group embody this, and I applaud your dedication and passion to the project. Although I personally don't agree with having birds in cages, and I would always prefer grant funding to be prioritised towards our native species and natural environments, I will be voting to support this seed funding to give this group the best chance at successfully taking over the management, and I wish you all the best.
Right, thank you. Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, congratulations. You've done a huge amount of work in such a short amount of time, and it's just not that easy to set up a charitable trust. You've got to go through a lot of hoops, so that's a lot of work, so we just acknowledge that today. I initially voted to keep the aviary open, and I have not changed my stance on that vote either, so I will be voting to keep it open again. I will be voting to provide an operational grant, a one-off operational grant, and I'm looking forward to seeing a lovely community project that is free, run by a community-led group. So thank you, congratulations.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Councillor Rob online.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, yep.
Thank you. Yes, well, first of all, congratulations to the Friends of the Aviary Group who have come together in a very short period of time. The enthusiasm and the professionalism have just been nothing short of outstanding. And where they've got this project to in a very short period of time is amazing. One thing I do want to say is that when we went out to the consultation process, the consultation document said that if you voted for closing the aviary, it would save the ratepayer $180,000 per annum. Now, there's some doubt about that figure that went into the consultation document, but this is saving the ratepayer, whatever the figure that has been costing council, it will save the ratepayer after the help with this initial start-up for the 6 months. This is just the sort of community group that council should be establishing, and it gives me great pleasure to support the resolution. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kate.
I think Councillor Charlie was...
You're on the list here that came first. So, yeah.
Thank you. Look, thank you for the presentation, and thanks to the Chief Executive for the paper and information today. I just want to I will be supporting this recommendation, but I want to thank the Chief Executive in particular for empowering our community, because that's effectively what you've done. So thank you.
And Councillor Charlie will be the final question.
Yeah, thank you.
Comment.
Yeah, I don't believe any animal should be locked up unless it's a thoroughly self-serving human. I'm very concerned about these birds, so I'm going to vote against it today, but I will add that I'm pleased for you guys that it looks like it's going to pass.
All right. So there is no further comments on the screen, so I'll put the motion on the screen that the Council A provides an operating grant of $20,000 to the Friends of the Aviary, and B notes that the grant will only be paid once the Friends of the Aviary have incorporated it as a charitable trust. So you've said you have, we'll just need to see proof of that. But on that basis, all those in favour? All those against? Councillor Josh, Councillor Charlie, Councillor Peter and Councillor Ross. All right. The motion is carried. Congratulations. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was about to say we're 8.1. Just another 2 pages to go.
When you introduce the next paper, can you just hand over to me and then I'll hand over to Sarah?
So item 8.2, I don't expect it to get any shorter with this one either. So curbside recycling service for Papaiti and Waireka roads. We've got a community group here, and I'm going to ask that the Chief Executive presents this, and if any members of the curbside recycling service for Papaiti Waireka roads would like to speak to it as well. Oh, can't we? Okay. Oh, sorry, no, that's not allowed apparently. So, yeah. Okay, David.
Through your worship, I'm going to hand over to Sarah and Morgan to introduce the detail of the report, but there were just a few comments that I wanted to make at the beginning. The first one is just around, I suppose, officers' approach to preparing the report, because I've had some comments made to me that there was potentially some bias in it. I want to be clear that from an operational point of view and from a financial point of view, the impacts of the decision one way or the other are incredibly small. So from that point of view, officers don't actually have a preference one way or the other. It's your decision to make. What our job is as officers is to give you objective advice around what you can do, what your powers allow you to do, and then the process by which you can execute your intention. So with the options that are before you today, they are the pathways forward. If you want to remove the service, because that's what you've been asked for by the petition, you can do that. Our advice to you is it's a difficult and slightly unwieldy process to achieve it, but it is possible. So I just want to be clear that there is a genuine choice before you today, and officers are not trying to skew the deck by putting an option in front of you that is too difficult to follow through on. The other point I'd make, and again it's because it's been raised with me a number of times, the original consultation process was not flawed. It was a sound consultation process. We went to the community with a proposal. The consultation was open to the entire community, both urban and rural residents, and you heard the views and preferences of the whole community. And just like the urban residents, there was a mixed view from our rural residents. Some supported a curbside collection service, some did not. Once you heard the views and preferences of the community, the final proposal was amended, and that is why we have the service areas that we do at the moment. It's entirely legitimate to respond to the feedback that you got from the consultation process and make adjustments to the proposal before you finalise it. If there was a weakness, it was in communicating back to our residents that that change had been made. That does not flaw the consultation process. At worst, it's just poor communication and poor customer service, which we've acknowledged and we will do better with in the future. On that note, I'm going to hand over to Sarah and Morgan, who will take you through the details in the paper.
Mostly Morgan and Rob today. We're going to present our report, or the report, in two parts. The first part, the survey in response to the petition received from the residents of Waireki and Papaiti Road, and Morgan will cover that. And the second part is the recommendation that we're making that David's just covered off, and Rob will cover that part. Thank you.
Kia ora. So following on from the receipt of the petition from the residents of Papaiti and Waireka Road, the council officers then went out and delivered a survey to every single rated property that is receiving a curbside collection rate. There are a total of 54 households, and 4 of these have more than one SUIP, or separately used inhabited premise. Residents were given until the 21st of August to respond by returning the survey either via email to us or to the service centre. 31 surveys were completed and returned from 54 households, which is a 57% response rate. 7 respondents have said they have used the service, and 6 have said they would like to continue using the service. 24 respondents do not use the service and do not want it to continue. A total number of respondents who do not want the service to continue is 25. There are several reasons. People were asked to provide comment on why they don't use the service. Respondents that want the service to continue, they are quite happy with it. That's helping them to reduce their waste going to landfill. They work full time and it's a matter of convenience for them. Sorry. And they appreciate the service and want it to continue. General reasons given by the respondents that did not want to use the service were that they were never asked if they wanted the service. They didn't feel it was a service they need. They raised health and safety concerns around the dark road, speed limits, and obviously with wind and blown rubbish. They don't feel that curbside is a service that is suitable for rural communities. That's pretty much the summary of the survey.
Sounds like I'm Charlie. Says I'm Charlie. I won't add an awful lot. I think the report can be taken as read, as particularly following on from what David said. You have followed a process of the LTP. That was a process that you started, had and finished, and you passed the resolutions in respect of that a month ago. The legal process, if you want to revisit any of those decisions in the LTP, including this one, is to do an LTP amendment. If you did an LTP amendment, if you started an LTP amendment today, you would need a reason to do so. And as the report says, the legal risks associated with doing that now are greater than the legal risks associated with sticking with your guns. I can't, in a public forum, go into too much detail than that in relation to what those legal risks might be. Happy to answer questions, but there might be limited. I might be limited by that very point.
Right. So do we have any questions of clarity? There've got to be questions of clarification. I'm going to push that point pretty hard. They're not there for politicking. That's the comments part. So Councillor Charlie, questions
Thank
of
you.
clarification.
Of the 17,700 households in the contract, are they all urban, or did you have to be a bit short? You have to add some rural properties to raise it up to the 17,700.
Thank you. As at the 31st of July, there are 17,806 households in the service, and that number will fluctuate from month to month based on new properties coming in, so new houses being built, and houses being demolished. So just a small point for clarification there, that it's going to be a moving number of households. In relation to your question about the mix, there are a number of households that are not in the city that are receiving the service. So there are some households that are in more rural areas that are receiving the service. So for example, not to point out the obvious of Papaiti Road and Wairiki Roads or Dickens Lane and Pickwick Lane, there are other rural-like roads. The end of Juryvale Road might be an example, where it goes from being residential to more country-like, rural-like, that are receiving the service.
So it doesn't include Dickens or Papi Wairika?
It does at the moment, yes.
So that 17,700 does include those properties?
That's correct. The number is 17,806, but yes, it does include
so
those.
So they would need that rural count was needed to get the number up?
Sorry?
That rural count was needed to get that number. You needed to go rural to get them.
Through you, Your Worship. No, Charlie, this has never been about hitting a target. The service does not rely on achieving that number of properties in order for it to be viable. And again, I go back to my comment when I introduced this. From an operational point of view, the impact of withdrawing the service from these properties is negligible. So it wouldn't undermine the service if they were withdrawn, and it hasn't been a driver for officers to hit a target number of properties in order to reach a sustainability threshold, if that's what you're alluding to.
That's what I'm alluding to.
Okay. Councillor Michael.
Just to clarify, Mayor Andrew, are we saying that there are legal consequences to, for instance, allowing rate rebates for RD locations? Is that what I'm hearing? We can't make any exceptions to specific use cases and allow rate rebates?
So, through you, Worship, that's not quite what we're saying.
Okay.
What we're saying is the process to change the decision you made through the long-term plan needs to be an amendment to the long-term plan, as Rob has outlined. We have not put forward using the rates rebate or the rates remission policy because we don't think it is something that you can make a decision on today. The policy requires you to receive applications and then judge those applications on their merits against the criteria in the policy. So you can't decide to grant a rebate today or a remission today because you have not received the application and they haven't been judged. It doesn't mean to say that an application would be unsuccessful, but you just can't make that decision here today, which is why it's not an option in the report.
And apologies, follow up. So that means we can't make a motion. So for instance, my alternative motion is that any homeowner in a rural address may apply for a rate rebate for recycling food waste yearly and have the bins removed. So we couldn't do that motion today because we don't have the information to do it today.
Through you, Worship, I'm going to allow my legal counsel to correct me here if I'm wrong, but that resolution is effectively inviting people to make applications.
Correct.
And it's not determining the outcome of those applications. So I don't believe there's any issue with that. But Rob, can you just confirm?
I think let's clarify the wording first. There are two different things. There's a rate rebate. You're at no power to grant rate rebate. You have a rates remission policy, which is adopted as part of your LTP. Under your rates remission policy that you adopted as part of your LTP, any person in the district can always apply for a rates remission. Now, not just anybody can. And you have delegated to the Ops and Performance Committee the hearing and decisions in respect of those applications. So, firstly, your proposed resolution is OTOs, has no point. And secondly, you couldn't pass a resolution that restricts the right to only a certain group of people.
Right, okay. Question clarified, thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. So a couple of questions, and it's all about an amendment to the LTP. And I don't know whether you can answer me, but you might be able to give me a kind of ballpark figure. If we did an amendment to the LTP to vary this contract, which I think is kind of the guts of it, what do you think the cost to council would be, aside from the legal cost, I think, because that would not be quantifiable?
Well, can I just, remembering, I can answer this to some extent, just about process. It wouldn't be an amendment to the LTP to vary the contract. What you've got here is that the LTP establishes the service. You then work out how you're going to pay for it. That goes into the revenue and finance policy, which is part of the LTP. That feeds into the FIS. Can't remember what that means. It's finance. That then...
What is it? Financial impact statements.
Financial impact statements. Yeah. That then leads into the resolution you pass to set a rate.
Okay.
So if you were to, at any point in the process, to start an LTP amendment, you have to redo all those decisions, not just renegotiate a contract.
Sure.
And I suppose the other thing is that doesn't necessarily even that give you the ability to renegotiate the contract if the other party doesn't want to.
Yep, no, I'm with you.
Sorry, on the cost, I think Mike circulated an email where the cost of going through the LTP process is in the region of 50 to 70,000.
Okay, so thank you. That aside from any legal liability, that working through that process, we think the cost to this organisation would be between 50 and 70,000 to go through that process, to reset the rates essentially, and vary a contract. Thank you. So my second question is, right at the end of the report, you talk about, as with any new service, we'll undertake an evaluation after 12 months, including a solid waste analysis protocol, audit of the landfill and all of that. So can you talk us through, given the interest that is in this subject, when might that occur and when might the any alteration to that take effect, for example?
Because it's a new service, ideally we would not do any evaluation before 12 months of having the service. So that said would put it into the next financial year, from the 1st of July next year. That said, and given the interest in this topic, we could consider an evaluation earlier than that and take the opportunity through the annual plan process to incorporate features of that evaluation. I understand that any contraction or so an expansion or retraction of the service wouldn't be able to go through the annual plan process on its own. There would be a long-term plan amendment that's run in parallel with the annual plan. So we'd collapse the two processes together if that's what we wanted to do.
So if I read that back to you, in time for 1 July 2025, we would be able to be in a process to have varied the contract and not be setting the rates for everyone. No, sorry, I haven't asked that right. Would we be in a position to exclude certain areas from the waste collection service and the rate?
Through your worship, I'll jump in and assist with this one. I think the answer to your question, I believe, is yes. If you were to run a LTP amendment process concurrently with the annual plan, you would remove some of the cost of that process because a lot of those activities would be done as part of the annual plan anyway, and then the variation to the contract is the relatively easy part. You could adjust the serviced areas, update all of the documents that Rob has referenced. The only shortcoming with that approach is it doesn't address the issue now. It provides a remedy to the residents on 1 July 2025.
At a saving of 50 to 70,000.
I won't comment on how much it would save, but it would certainly remove a lot of that cost because we would be doing those things anyway as part of the annual plan. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Rob, I'm not sure whether you're there. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, the first question, I've got a couple of questions. First question is the LTP process. We're told that to make it to go along with the request from the Papali'i Road residents, it has to go through this LTP process. So, over a period of 11 years, surely there's variations in the contract. People come into subdivisions are done. People drop out. They have 2 SURPs. They go back to 1, and various variations happen all the time. So, are you seriously telling me that every time that happens, it has to go through an LTP process?
Through you,
and I don't know who I'm asking here.
No, that's not the case. So if a new property comes online, they would give us a call, we would deliver them crates, and we would, in the next rate strike, add the rate to the property because they would be within the collection area and meet the criteria for the targeted rate.
Okay.
Through you, worship,
So
just to comment on that, that's the normal process for all of our rates, whether it's the targeted rate or the general rate. Whenever a new property is created, there's mechanisms to allow for that. Yeah.
Okay. And Morgan wasn't there at the time, but all the discussion that went on about the rural area, now there were several roads that were discussed. You know, the most obvious ones are the ones that are on the route to Mawhanau and to Fordell and to Marybank. You know, I mean, they were discussed about putting them into the contract.
Sorry, is this a question?
Why was Papali'i Road, Waireka Road chosen to be the only rural road that's gone into this contract?
So the question is why just this road?
I can't answer that question because I don't have the answer to that, but why were roads included in the service, like the roads that we're talking about? was because of a number of features, and we've talked about these features before. We've talked about areas that have already got a rubbish collection going on down their roads and streets, serviceability, accessibility, maximising the routes of the trucks on a daily and weekly basis, and lastly but not leastly, critical mass. And the critical mass, I mean we have a waste minimisation plan that was adopted some time ago that talks about reducing landfill. And this is one of the key, if not the key, service that will enable that objective to be delivered. So the more households we are able to tap into for this service, the better equipped we are to deliver against those objectives that are in the waste minimisation plan. So there were a number of features that were applied in finalising the service route as I've listed, and there's probably more.
So why would those features not be better catered for by extending the service on the roads that are already got the trucks going along them to access the villages at the end of them? Why wasn't it decided then that these would be the extended rural areas? Why Papeti Road? This makes no logic.
I'm not loving Councillor Vincent's tone in what he's saying, so would you please ask him to be more respectful? And just be aware that his voice is very loud.
So is there a point of order, or is there just...
He's just made an argument that Sarah has just explained quite clearly in terms of the reasoning behind
So it's a point of order, and what is the point of order? Is it?
He's speaking disrespectfully. He's suggesting that there's no logic to this.
Yeah, I have to say, Councillor Rob, I know it might be early in the morning, but you're sounding, your voice is, your tone is quite strong, and it's not being received that well at this end. So I just ask you, I know you're impassioned about this, but I just ask you to tone down, so to speak. In regard to the standing, the point of order, it's item B. It's I would say it's pushing the boundaries on this. That's why it's.
Question time, and that was not a question. That was a comment.
Sure. No, I was waiting. That's why I jumped in to ask for the question. So, yep. All right. I think Councillor Rob, have you finished there, or have you got more to?
Yeah.
More questions? No. Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. All right. We'll go to Councillor Ross.
I don't want a point of order. I've got one question only. Sarah, thank you for your report and the legal advice. Much appreciated. In item 48 that Councillor Kate alluded to, you said there might be a possibility of doing the evaluation sooner than 12 months. My question is, food scrap recycling starts on July the 1st. Would that lend weight to a consideration of bringing the evaluation sooner than 12 months, because that service may or may not go to those addresses as well?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, that would be a consideration to bring forward a solid waste analysis. So in determining whether or not rural communities would receive a food scrap service or not, that would be something that we could consider conducting prior to defining what areas we would deliver that service to.
Sorry, that leads me to another point. If that is the case, this is hypothetical, so you can say you can't answer it. Would it be possibly prudent at that point to withdraw 2 streets from both services and make a change through the LTP amendment process so that they will be excluded on both matters? removed on both.
Can I clarify your question? Are you asking if that would be the opportunity for us to extract Wairiki Road and Papaiti Road from the recycling and food scrap service?
Yes.
So if I can answer that in at least two parts, and then if Morgan's got more to add. Our starting point for the food scrap service is the same service area as the recycling service. That's our starting point. That doesn't mean it will be our finishing point. We've done a food scraps trial that was limited to the urban areas. Morgan's alluded to an audit that we can undertake in rural areas. We also have time to do a trial in more rural areas for the food scrap service if we want to do that. To inform the service area for the food scraps trial, acknowledging that the members of the rural community have different ways of dealing with their food scraps because of the land mass that they have. So we've got time to adjust the service area for the food scrap service, but our starting point will be the existing area that we deliver the recycling service, because we're using the same contractor and some of the same resources that the contractor brings to the table for that service.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone, I mean, we are drifting a little bit away from the motion here, which is specifically around council not to revisit the recent decisions to implement curbside recycling. We're starting to talk about food scraps. We're drifting away a little bit, so my reminder is that we keep it focused on the matter at hand. So I'll go to Councillor Philippa. Your question for clarification.
Yeah, thank you. One was near food waste, but you've answered that, thank you. Just a couple more. Two is, could you give us 20, I mean, with the survey done, 25, you said 25 don't want the service to continue in this area we're talking about, but overall there's been other residents who've returned bins, not happy. Just to get a bit of have you got a number of other people that says we're not happy either, we don't want to pay? Any early insights there?
So I'm going to not accept that question because this is not in regard to Papaiti and Wairika roads. So I'm trying to keep it very tight, and I've said that, so if that's okay.
Yeah,
right.
Well, you're the chair, that's all right.
Yeah, so
the second one is just, we have had an email from, particularly from the residents, and if I could, so they are talking, I just want to get, they're talking about they want the option to opt out of curbside until a full concentration on rural community has been made available. My question is, in the paper and with what you've spoken to us, you've basically said, one, through the whole consultation, the whole special LTP consultation process, and two, that all residents in Wanganui were invited to make submissions on the LTP amendment. So my question is, have we not covered that? The question, have we not done that job of actually having full consultation to the full community? And do you get my drift? The
okay,
residents have especially asked it.
So thank you.
Yeah.
The Councillor, the Chief Executive is going to answer your question.
Through you, Your Worship, the officer's view is yes, the consultation processes have been open to the entire community, and we've effectively already sought the views and preferences of the community. That said, though, the alternative option, which is to run the amendment process, would include another consultation process, which Rob has outlined. So that would give what the residents are asking for, another consultation process before the service is locked in.
Okay, but just for clarity, you said that may cost about up to 60,000, and if it went to the next year's long-term plan, that cost would reduce, but there'd still be a cost. Correct?
Through Your Worship, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully this will be a quick one. Just in regards to the LTP amendment, obviously this council has a resolution on the books already that the contract will remain as written. That was passed as part of the deliberations. So I just want some clarity around if we were to go down the path of an LTP amendment, whether having that resolution in place would add any additional considerations that we need to take into account.
Short answer, through your worship, short answer, yes, because if you're going to make any decision that is different than a decision you made a month ago, or less than a month, probably a day to the day, I think, a month ago, you have to go through the Local Government Act processes and considerations as to why you're going to make this decision. Do you know the preferences of the community, etc., etc.? So it's not only the stuff that you've got in the LTP, but the result, namely the contract, that you would have to pass another resolution about.
Okay, that's a good answer. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Rob, you've got your hand up still, so do you have another question? You're on mute.
Yes, thank you. Just what Rob just said, the decision to revisit the resolution that was made in the July deliberations, that those deliberations were in response to Mr. Bill Simmons's submission.
Okay, so
they weren't relative to what we're discussing today, which is Papiti Road.
Do you have a question? As a question of clarification.
I want to know why you consider why Mr. Goldsberry considers that resolution passed is relevant to this one today, because we weren't talking about this area at that time.
Through you, Your Worship, I answered the question that way because the contract is the end result of your LTP deliberations. Firstly, to establish the service, then to pay for it, then to rate for it, and then there's a contract that's at the end of it. So the things are all linked. It doesn't actually matter which resolution was passed at which order. They're all linked.
Through Your Worship, just to add to that as well, the report that went to the deliberations meeting had officer recommendations that were specific to Pickwick and Dickens. That was amended, and a motion was moved that, as you've summarised, was to have the service areas remain as written in the contract. Because that contract lists the full schedule of all the properties that are receiving the service, it effectively brings every property into the scope of that decision in the entire district that's receiving the service. So that's why it's been linked.
Okay. All right, great, thank you. We have no further questions of clarification. So I propose that we move the recommendation on the screen when it comes up. That the Council does not revisit the recent decisions to implement curbside recycling, which would need to occur through initiating an amendment to the long-term plan 2024 to 2034. You happy to move? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Charlotte will move and Councillor Josh to second that. Do we have any comments? I'm going to do them in the order that I take them, but I'm only going to take 3 comments for and 3 comments against. We're pressed for time, so that's the rationale. So I'll go to Councillor Jenny first.
Just a point of clarity, Your Worship.
Sure.
If this fails, what do we go to?
it fails, and
what's the next option?
let's cross that bridge when it comes. So let us first.
I like that.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. I didn't ask any questions in this forum about this matter because to me the matter is really quite clear. The people in Papiuti Waireka didn't appreciate or understand that they were involved in the scheme until their bins arrived. Yes, they were given the opportunity sometime earlier to enter into consultation, and we strongly recommend for our community to participate. But if you don't think you're a part of it, life's busy. You don't. Like, oh, that doesn't involve me. We're rural. I'm not going to look at it. So they didn't. They also, if they had looked in the consultation document, they would not have seen anything about their area, even though 3 areas were actually specified in the consultation. So I can't possibly support this. Council itself is a very complicated beast. It is a mechanism of statute and process, and it is convoluted and it is tiresome. But that is not a reason to penalise this community for our processes. So I can't support this. We simply must find a way to sort it out because the bulk of the people in this area have made it very clear they do not want recycling in this way. Many of them, if not nearly all of them, recycle at the recycling centre and are happy to continue to do so. There are a few who would prefer to have it there, but they are a very, very, very small proportion. So I hope we can be sensible today and not voice upon this community something that they've clearly stated that they do not want, and that they are meeting the recycling standard by taking personal responsibility and delivering their recycling in a safe way into town. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie.
I've had to review my notes in case he has a point of order on me. These good people, Barbara, Bill and Roger, intelligent, good people, they're trying their damnedest to correct what they clearly see as wrong on behalf of their rural communities. They are rural residents, not urban residents, and say they were never given the chance to be included in the curbside recycling consultation process and now find themselves forced in against their will. It's that simple in my opinion. These are smart, busy, successful people. They're not doing this just for the hell of it. They see injustice, and I agree with them. Unfair, unjust, and probably illegal. They've spent hundreds of hours of their time and resources for months now. Their days consumed by underlying stress, and it appears all we do is justify this when we're pushed into a corner. It's not only about the money that these already strapped cash ratepayers are facing, but it's the principle of this that has raised the ire of these good citizens who recycle big time already anyway. The detailing the argument would hold up at any court of the land, in my opinion. So it's time to swallow this and give these good people the benefit of the doubt and concede we may be wrong. Listen and do the right thing by these people who actually pay our wages. This council is in a hole, and when you're in a hole, stop digging. I note in the report the recommendation carries a moderate degree of risk. That in itself should be telling us something. Most importantly, and worthy of note, that within the recommendation, we state that to remove these rural properties from the curbside recycling will require an amendment to the LTP. Yet these are the same properties that were included with no consultation or amendment to include them in the same LTP. That is a spectacular contradiction in my opinion, and yet we choose to overlook it. This will only get worse for us, so let's end today and vote against this recommendation. Thank you. Close, didn't it, Kate?
Okay, thank you. No point of order there, Charlie. You got through.
They got close.
I nearly did.
It was close.
It was close.
A bit shaky there.
Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you. I don't see this as penalising our community. I do respect and appreciate the level of engagement this community has had on this issue, and I have heard all the issues and reasons from the petitioners and have given good consideration to the matter. But for me, it comes back to our district waste management plan and the fundamental purpose of implementing curbside recycling. That is to achieve an overall reduction in landfill and emissions for our district, and it comes down to collective responsibility. I've personally not needed to use this service at all since it began in July, because my household just does not create much waste at all. However, I absolutely see the environmental impact this service as a whole is trying to achieve. I can appreciate this service has arrived at a difficult economic time for many, but when it comes down to it, we as a community and as a species need to bite the bullet and collectively take some responsibility for our levels of consumption and waste production. I will be voting again to retain the service as outlined in the contract, to be assessed and evaluated after the standard 12 months. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm the third against this proposed resolution. Firstly, I want to thank Barbara, Bill and Roger for a huge amount of work they've undertaken and consistent communications to the councillors. At times, some of the communication got a little bit impassioned, but they made their point over and over again. I can see both sides, but I voted so that Dickens Lane and Pickwick could come out of the service, and I lost that motion. I would be a hypocrite if I now insist that these two streets remain in. It would be inconsistent of me to take a different position, even though I can see both sides 50-50. My one concern, though, is whatever language we use, urban, rural, city, regional, residential, when the documents originally went out in 2022, I could be wrong, the word urban was used. And I think way back then is when the folks who lived on the edge of the city do not, have not, will not ever see themselves as urban. They see themselves as either peri or definitely rural. And I think at that point, they chose not to engage because they didn't think it applied to them. It clearly does apply to them. I understand that. But I think that's where the original confusion happened. They are included in the service, regardless of the language. However, for consistency, my vote will stay the same.
Yes,
I'm finished.
Sorry.
Go on.
You got it quick? They weren't
Charlie,
included.
just have a
They
point
weren't
of order.
included.
You can
The
still
point
have
of
a-
order
you
is they
can
were
still-
not included in it.
What's that, sorry?
The point of order is they were not included in it, as Councillor Ross said. It was a point of order because your mate was wrong information.
What's that?
I'm with you, Charlie, at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Settle. I'm with you, settle. I'm on your side.
Okay.
Their side.
I'll withdraw it.
We're good.
Okay. Very good. Okay, we'll just let that one sit then. Are you happy with that? Yeah, okay. All right. So we've got three. Do we have anyone who would like to speak for it? Councillor Rob.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
you're speaking for
Thank
or
you.
against? Because we've already had three against.
I'm against the resolution.
Yeah, so I did signal at the start that I would have 3 for and 3 against. So
You have the discretion to accept more speakers.
I did say at the start, so I'm going to, we've heard from 3, so I'm just going to go to someone who'd like to speak for and then, yeah. Sorry, Rob. Yeah. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. I will speak. What am I doing? I'm speaking for it. Yeah, I'm speaking for the recommendation that we do not revisit the recent decision to implement curbside recycling. Look, I understand and thank you and applaud your engagement with us. You have made yourselves very, very well heard, and we will remember next year when we review this service. We will remember these conversations. But I cannot, in good conscience, incur 50 to 70,000 cost at this council. I cannot do it, and I'll tell you what. If this motion does not pass and we end up revisiting the long-term plan, there will be additional costs to that. I bet your bottom dollar that there will be additional legal exposure for this council. So, yeah, great effort. Thank you so much for your engagement. Thank you for making your views so clearly heard, because we've heard you, but I cannot support what you want today.
Councillor Peter.
Through the chair. I am speaking for it. It came down to a very simple fact for me, and that was, is this going to be good for the environment, and is this going to be good for society as a whole? And it has to be a resounding yes. I would thank all the officers for the extraordinary effort that they have made for this. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Clarification, Mr. Mayor, please.
Yes.
Thank you. If we were to vote against this, for those who wish to vote against it, that means that council would revisit. It's implying that council would revisit the LTP in respect of this particular item. I think we have to understand, is that going to be something we immediately would be revisiting, or is that something that we're thinking we're going to revisit during the annual plan?
Okay, I actually think, given where we're at, it would be good to get a response to that if it's known. Do we... Okay, great, I've got an idea.
We'll get a voice.
Okay, we'll come back at 3:30.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, through you, the rural community doesn't, the Rural Community Board doesn't have a vote, but we have a voice. Can that be heard?
You can be heard. We're just going to take a bit of time out to address the query that Helen's,
right.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. So, Chief Executive's going to get advice from Legal Counsel. So just, sorry, David and Rob, I'm just keen to, oh, they're busy, that's right. They're not listening to me. So, Judd, we'll go to you now.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated officers who have navigated the challenges of the KSR program's initial rollout. Their tireless efforts have not gone unnoticed, and a special acknowledgement to those behind the scenes, the unsung heroes, working diligently to ensure the program's success. We share a common goal, a cleaner environment for all. Recently I drove out to witness firsthand the streets and roads in question, Papaiti and Waireka Road. Those names still evoke images of grazing cattle, sheep, open paddocks, sturdy fences and the slow passage of farm vehicles. It takes a touch of imagination to see them as urban. Add to this the narrow roads, the deep unlined creek drains flanking the way, and a limited boom space. It becomes clear that we're dealing with unique challenges. During my conversations with residents, a reoccurring concern emerged. Who takes responsibility for clearing wind-blown rubbish from these deep creeks and drains? Certainly not the contractor. As an advocate for our rural community, the Whanganui Rural Community Board insists that we revisit this issue. The ambiguities surrounding zoning and consultation demand clarity. As we have no vote but a voice, our recommendation is straightforward. Let's convene a balanced working party of stakeholders. Together we'll address these challenges head on and propose practical solutions. Our goal is to get it right from the outset. Ladies and gentlemen, your time and attention are invaluable. We appreciate your commitment to our community. Kia ora koutou katoa. Amen.
Kia ora, thanks, Judd. So, you have a comment on this? So I'll go to our Chief Executive for comment against the question that Deputy Mayor Helen asked.
So, through you, Worship, think the advice of our legal team is that if the motion fails, then it implies that you do want to revisit the decision made through the LTP. In response to the motion failing, we would then trigger the LGA processes to start the amendment. That would require us to then bring a report back to council. In that report, I believe we could give you the choice of when you run the amendment, either straight away or concurrently with the annual plan. So, yeah, that's the overview of the implications if this motion fails.
So to clarify that, the only, yep, that's fine. And the only recourse, I suppose, then for the residents to not have to pay the extra that's already in the LTP might be through an application for rates remission for this current year. So there's nothing going to happen quickly in terms of their rates bills. This is a longer term fix no matter what.
Through your worship, I believe that's correct, yes.
Yep.
Just another clarification from me in regard to you've outlined the process. Can you clarify what and how much cost there would be to council if we were to, if this was to fail and we had to go through that hour long? That was Kate's question. So that's about 50 to 70,000, is that right? Yep, okay, that's what that part was. I just wanted to make the link. All right. Okay. How many do we have for and against?
Can I ask a question, clarification?
No, we've done questions, sorry.
No, clarification.
If it's against the process that we've just talked about. Because we've already had questions where we just wanted to...
No, it's overall, I mean, I'm fine. Legal said that, I think it was legal, said that we could possibly put up a resolution, an alternative resolution, which would be testing what we're having now, that someone puts up a resolution, seconds it, that they remain in this service. If that then fails to pass, that kicks in. If it does pass, then a revisit of the LTP will happen. So should there be, to save what you're suggesting now, should we not put up a resolution to test that resolution, an alternative? No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right, so we've got 3 for, 3 against as far as comments go. So I'm going to put the motion on the screen that the council does not revisit the recent decisions. Sorry, can I just get through this? That the council does not revisit the recent decisions to implement curbside recycling, which would need to occur through initiating an amendment to the long-term plan 2024 to 2034. All those in favour? All those against? I've got Councillor Rob online too. Okay, the motion is carried 7 votes to 6. Can those that voted against just Rob? Okay, we'll take a break for until 3:40 on the dot. Get started. You got time to refresh yourself because it's still a fair bit more to go. I'm afraid to say, but anyway, it is what it is. We move to item 8.3. It doesn't get any easier, does it? So, decision in response to the local government electoral legislation, Māori wards and Māori constituencies Amendment Act. I'm going to read this out, that the Council resolves to affirm the 2023 decision to establish the Wanganui Māori ward, which will cover the entire Wanganui district and be represented by 2 councillors, noting that this decision will require the Wanganui District Council to hold a binding poll on the decision on the question of Māori wards in conjunction with the 2025 triennial election, and that the results of the poll will take effect for the 2028 and 2031 triennial elections. Right. So, Anna, you're going to present on this. I see you're ready to go, so over to you.
Good afternoon, elected members. For the benefit of the community, my name is Anna Palmountain and I'm Council's Democracy Manager. This report is simply asking Council to rescind its decision made in October 2023 to establish Māori wards at the 2025 local elections. This report is as a result of a legislative amendment introduced by the Coalition Government in July 2024. Some key points to note. The decision made by Council in October 2023 was informed by consultation with the Māori community. From a risk perspective, the decision to affirm carries less risk than the decision to rescind, as Council undertook a robust consultation process less than 12 months ago, and Council are entitled to take the view that nothing significant has changed since then. However, in preparation for recommending Council affirm its decision, the thoughts of Hapu, Iwi and Marae were sought, and I can confirm that their support for establishing Māori wards remains unchanged. Happy to take any questions.
All right. Questions of clarification. Councillor Jenny, your first cab off the rank.
Thank you. My question's around the actual recommendation, and is it possible to divide it into A and B, or 1 and 2, and remove the semicolon at the point down to another thing? Because I can give you a because, if I'm allowed, but it is a comment.
Yeah, you go. Keep on going. Yeah,
Okay.
I thought
I'll
you were
keep
about
talking
to
till
do
you
it
tell me to
anyway,
shut
so-
up.
Yep.
The first part is whether or not we resolve to continue. The second part talks about the referendum, the poll. And I think those two should be kept separately. And I think that there could be something that happens between now and that point in time where we could make a different action. And that just separates the two so that...
I'm personally happy with that because it's just a note. It's not a decision. It's just an additional information.
We usually put notes just slightly separately. That's all. It's not unusual to do that.
Okay, so an A and a B. Yeah.
Thank you for humouring me.
And Andrew, point of clarity, it doesn't matter whether we approve the 2 Māori wards or not if it's going to go to a binding resolution anyway, does it?
No,
So it's irrelevant.
we need to make a decision. Yes, we're required to make a decision today.
It's going to go to the binding resolution anyway.
Yeah.
Regardless.
On to pass to David then.
Through your worship. So to clarify, your options are you reaffirm your decision to have a Māori ward, and you will, at the next election, 2 things will happen. You will still run an election to elect 2 Māori ward councillors for the next triennium. At the same time, you'll hold a binding referendum on whether you keep the Māori ward for the 2028 election and the triennium that follows.
Oh, I see. So the first one is our choice, the second one is the people's choice.
Effectively. The alternative option for you today is that you choose to rescind the Māori ward now. So at the next election, it would just be effectively the status quo or whatever the output of the representation review is, and there would be no Māori ward councillors either for this coming triennium or the following one. As Anna has outlined in her introduction, the reason officers are recommending you affirm the decision is because nothing has changed materially in terms of the views and preferences of the community and all of those other factors that you took into consideration when you made your decision. So this isn't about whether you should have Māori wards or not. It's about, do you want to change the decision you've made? There's no compelling reason to change it, so affirm it.
And this has got nothing to do whether it's 10 or 12 councillors.
No. It's separate.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
If I could clarify, just a point on the options.
Big words confuse me.
If it's okay. So essentially, Whanganui cannot revert back to its pre-2020 arrangements, as it doesn't meet the requirements for the representation arrangements. So therefore, rescinding the decision would mean that council need to undertake a shortened representation review within an extremely tight time frame. So that's always also something to be aware of, is that we can't just, Wanganui's position is we can't just go back to our current arrangements because we're now no longer within those population ratios. And we have Stephen Hill online should we have any technical questions.
Okay. Great. Okay. So, yeah, we do have just for the public's view, public's perspective, item 8.7 is local election 2025 final representation proposal. It's a different matter from this. Is specific to the Māori wards, and we're being required by government to make a decision on whether to rescind these or not. So that's what we're doing. So questions of clarification. That's where we're at. I'll go to Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. Anna, you said that views had been sought from Hapu and Iwi. The Tūpaho didn't make a submission in the submission process. Have they made a submission, or have you sought their view specifically on this amendment?
What I essentially just went out to Iwi, Hapu and Marae, the same contact list that I used for the consultation process ahead of the prior to the October decision, and I didn't specifically reach out to Tūpaho. I just went to all Marae, Iwi and Hapu and invited views.
So who responded?
I received probably about 3 or 4 responses that all really strongly supported Māori wards. I can circulate those letters to you separately if you like.
So none specifically from Tūpaho?
And they were all emailed to elected members as well.
So there wasn't a submission or any comment received back specifically?
Sorry, we've just got a point of order here. I just need to clarify what that is.
26.2C, irrelevance. This is on the decision to rescind or keep our decision made as a local government board. It is not on whether or not Māori wards and iwi input is required for the decision.
I'm not sure if I accept that. I think of the views of Māori, of our iwi and hapu in regard to this decision is relevant.
But the question being asked, Mayor Andrew, is about their view on Māori wards, not on based on.
No, it's not.
You are.
Okay, so let me make the decision if that's okay. So I hear you, but I think it's really important that we do hear from our community that are impacted, and that is our iwi hapu, and I think it's. I see where you're going.
About but that is what we're talking about, though. Whether we're rescinding and having a binding referendum or not. That's the question Rob's asking is different.
Okay, so I have a view, and I've made a view that I believe that whether we rescind or not, we want to hear from our community before we make that decision, and we've done that. So I'll go to Councillor Charlie. Oh, Rob, you...
I don't think I'm on.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know how that happened. This is question time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's question time, yep. So, Councillor
Well,
Rob.
can I just finish then? All I was asking for was a simple yes, no. Did Tupaho respond to this call that Anna has put out to on the item we're speaking on today? Did they or didn't they?
I didn't receive any formal letter from Tupaho.
Thank you.
Yeah. Full stop.
Councillor Charlotte. Oh, yes, he's borrowed. Okay. Okay. Happy to move. Councillor Kate. Councillor Josh has beat your turdies. Happy to second. All right. So no further questions. So we've got a mover, we've got a seconder. So do we have any comments on this item? Okay. I'm just going to kick off here. I have always said that I want our iwi hapu around the council table. It's essential that we have our iwi hapu around the table. The reality is right now we don't. So I spoke to a number of our iwi and hapu prior to this election, encouraging a number of them to stand for council. We had Bear here and we had others there. I didn't know at the time who was going to be standing and who wasn't, but I certainly encouraged a number of our iwi and hapu to stand, knowing that they're an important voice in our community. You might be a paradox that I did vote against Māori wards at the time for 4 reasons. First of all, I believe the system is unfair on Māori. They can only vote for, they have to be on the Māori roll. They can only vote for 2 plus the mayor. I just don't think that's right. We already engage with iwi hapu on decisions. That's my second reason. The third one is a number of iwi hapu don't want Māori wards. And fourthly, Māori wards are not necessarily iwi hapu on the ward seat. So it's a Māori ward, not an iwi hapu ward. I still want the iwi hapu voice around the table, so I'm comfortable with the Māori wards, the fact that we voted for them. I just don't think it's the right way of achieving it. So then we go to where we're at right now. We've made a decision as a council, I think, recently to vote for Māori wards, and I want to honour our local democracy. I want to honour what we actually said we would do, that we listened to our voice and of our community, and we decided as a collective that we would vote for Māori wards. And I'd rather do that rather than be instructed by central government about what we can and can't do. And for me, that prevails. So my hope, my wish is that we have iwi hapu, Māori, around this council table next election. That we hear the voice loud and clear, in addition to the voices that we already have in our community by consulting with our community and including iwi hapu, but also engaging upfront and early with our iwi and hapu right now. We've got a number of mechanisms to do it. So for me, so I will be, I do not support rescinding our decision at all. It sends a very wrong message about our community, and we are here as local government to serve our local community. We're not here to be told what to do by central government. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Charlotte.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge Judd, who does indeed sit at this table and is mana whenua, but he sits here without voting rights. I have had some great opportunities lately to talk to other councils that have already implemented Māori wards. What I have heard consistently across the board is how much value these ward seats bring to the table. While I was at the LGNZ conference last week, there was an incredible presentation by 2 Māori ward councillors speaking about their experience and what they bring to their councils. It was inspiring, but I couldn't help but feel sad at the fact that Māori still need to justify their place and their value in our society and our democratic spaces. My position on this shouldn't surprise anyone. It is the same as it was the last time we were here debating this issue. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to again sit alongside other elected members who are as passionate about their community as I am. I look forward to a future of broader and more robust representation that uplifts and engages with all corners of our district and all of our people. I look forward to the nearly third of our district population with Māori descent being better and more fairly represented at multiple levels of decision making. I believe the best way to achieve this direction right now is through the implementation of a Māori ward seat. Sorry, I'll clarify that, 2 Māori ward seats. It is currently the best option we have in a system that has not historically benefited Māori. This is an issue of equity, not of equality, and I implore you all to understand the difference. I don't believe that this issue should be up to the general public to poll on. It is up to councils to get the best balance of representation that we can with the tools that we have. I will be voting again to implement Māori wards at our next election and hopefully many elections to come. Thank you.
Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually pretty disappointed and quite angry, frankly, to be sitting here today relitigating this issue. And I don't often express my emotions with such a forthright manner as I'm going to today. So just bear with me, but I am deeply disappointed that we have had what I consider to be an ideological imposition put on us by the government over this issue. It doesn't reflect localism. The legislation charges us with the decisions around representation reviews. That is clear. In no other ward, no other geographical ward, is provision for a binding poll available. This is discriminatory, and it makes me deeply uncomfortable. And not only that, it imposes a whole lot of additional cost on councils right up and down this country, in the millions. If you think about the fact that we alone are going to need to spend $45,000 on a referendum next year, you add that across the 40-odd councils around this country that are going to be doing the same thing, and that is a whole lot of ratepayer cost for something that did not need to happen. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time talking about why I voted for wards, because I think they have been fairly well expressed in the past, but I want to mention 2 in particular. The first one is around community cohesion and participation, and the fact that we get more cohesion and we get more participation in our political process and in our democratic process when our public systems and our political institutions reflect the people in their communities. And Māori wards will help us to do this. The second thing is that over the course of the last 200 years, there have been successive treaty breaches, and Māori are party to the treaty. One of the most obvious ways that I can see to correct some of these breaches is to involve and create pathways and openings for Māori to sit at the decision-making table, because the reality is over the last 184 years, they have been locked out. And yes, we are getting better, but there are consequences for Māori being locked out of decision-making tables. And a lot of decisions do not represent an Indigenous worldview, and this is about ensuring that we correct that imbalance. Now, I just want to talk about referenda quickly and the flaws associated with it. It is a majority making a decision on behalf of a minority, and it's happening in the context of a Eurocentric system which creates inherent bias against Māori, and that's what we're going to see when this comes up next year at the election, because I know that we are going to affirm our decision today. And I want to talk about referenda in general, because throughout history, what we have all seen, and what I know, is that it's not often the view of the majority that drives social progress. Normally, society has to be dragged kicking and screaming towards progressive futures. And I can give examples of this. the civil rights movement in the United States, the women's suffrage movement in New Zealand. Imagine if at a single point in time, binding referenda was used as the mechanism in which to determine whether women received the right to vote in this country. I put it to you that women would not have received that right. It would not have happened. You look at other issues like homosexual law reform or gun control in the United States, particularly in the southern states. Would binding referenda have led us towards a better future? No, it wouldn't have. And finally, I want to give one more example, and that's the voice referendum in Australia last year, where the majority of the population made a decision on behalf of 4% of the people who represent Indigenous communities and Torres Strait Australians. There was no treaty in Australia. The colonisation that took place there happened by stealth and happened without agreement. And the simple request was that they receive constitutional recognition, and it was voted down by a majority. It is not the way to make decisions about Indigenous representation. And so I'll finish off by saying briefly that I do worry about the impact of referenda at the next election. I worry about what it will do to Māori candidates up and down this country. I worry about what it will do for Māori participation in local body elections. And I worry about having 40 councils up and down this country voting on the basis of race-based policies. It's just not on. And so I think I've made it fairly clear. I will be wholeheartedly supporting our decision to keep Māori wards around this council table. Thank you.
Is there any against?
Okay, and we'll go to Councillor Charlie. You're next.
I wonder if I get a clap after my speech. Look, I know we do this stuff with the best intention and hope it'll make things better for Maori, but sadly I believe the reverse is true. I don't believe the majority of Maori want this either, and the ongoing community pushback is just too much. There have been plenty of good Maori folk successfully completed 4 and 1 seats in the general ward, just like any ethnicity. All they have to do is stand and the Maori will vote for them, but they don't seem to do that anymore, which is kind of sad. This is clearly race-based politics, therefore racist in my view. I will be supporting 12 councils, but noting I do not support Maori wards.
Get your voice.
Right. I'm going to go to Councillor Robb no matter which way you're going, because I think I've heard you're still hanging in there over all that way. So, Councillor Robb.
Yeah, it's now 5 a.m, so sun's coming up.
Yeah, early over there.
And so, Maori are doing very well on representation in this country, whether it's in local government or in central government. 27% of local government MPs, so central government MPs are Maori. They're doing more than their statistics. What I'm concerned about is this discussion all about this discrimination and things that are going on. But nearly half of those who consider themselves Maori don't choose to go on the Maori roll. 47% go on the general roll. Isn't there a message in that? Do Maori really want these Maori wards? Some do, yeah, but by at least 47% don't, because they want the opportunity of having a range of candidates to put their vote against, not just 2. So I will vote against this on the same basis that I voted before. We never had any submission from Tūpaho on this matter. 6 years ago, when we went through the same process, Tūpaho did not want Maori wards. They expressed that. Their leaders expressed that. Nothing has changed. Thank you.
Councillor, so do we have any others I'm just going to clear up something up there now.
He's going to shut it down now.
One more against with 3, 4. Is anyone else against?
One more against.
Charlie,
you've had a
Anyone
shot.
against?
No.
Mr.
Can I
Mayor,
rebut?
I'd ask that you let us all have a say. It's an important issue.
I think
Yep.
the people need to know where we stand.
Okay, that's a
All
very
of
good
us.
point, actually. I'm trying to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I guess after this it does get a bit easier, I hope. So,
No. There's 2 others in there.
I know. So we'll go to Councillor Jenny.
Thank you very much. It does dishearten me when I hear people using the term they and them. When tangata whenua, they're us. They're our people. So I appreciate that we don't do that anymore. I specifically asked that those two, that recommendation be broken into 2. The first half talks about whether or not we resolve to affirm, and I know that we're going to do that. The second half talks about the jolly binding poll. It is my hope that between now and the time when this binding poll needs to happen, that something does happen to prevent its necessity. In the first instance, all of the mayors and CEs of affected councils, and we'll know who they are after the 6th of September, which is the cut-off date, could get together and agree collectively to send this back to central government and say, if you want a jolly referendum, you do it. You do it in your jolly general election, but we don't do it here at our cost to our people. We could do that collectively as a country. That is one option. We've heard here that Māori can get elected. Well, in central government, sure, you can pick a couple of mayors. I think we've got at least 3 mayors in New Zealand. How many councils do we have? Is it 70-something? That doesn't sound like a very high percentage to me. If you count the number of councillors in total and the number of Māori councillors, their number is incredibly, pitifully low, which means that Pākehā, in general, do not vote for Māori. It's statistically proven, and that's actually not okay. Now, I actually don't like the idea of the necessity of the Māori electoral roll or the Māori wards, because I think they disenfranchise our Māori people from being able to vote across the board, and I think that adds a richness to our representation. However, at this time in our history, they are necessary in order to get representation in this room. So we cannot possibly say that Māori are well represented. They're not. The numbers speak for themselves. And you can pick on the Mayor of Wellington and the Mayor of the Far North and say, see, yes, 2 out of how many? We have 1 rural community board member, Judd Bailey here. It's fantastic. Whenever we have Māori in the room, when we're having discussions, it enriches the conversation, it enriches the discussion, and it enriches the decision. But it just does not happen enough. We've heard here that we haven't heard from Tūpoho. Well, for those who understand, Tūpoho is a collective runanga made up of a whole lot of iwi, and there are a whole lot of voices in there who have a right to say. It is not 1 or 2 at the top who we bow down and take a comment from. There's a lot of people involved. And when we went out to our community and did a thorough consultation, the numbers came back pretty close 50-50, which then throws back to us to make the decision. And we've made it. It's quite clear. So I'm really confident today that this is going to be resolved. I have asked for A and B because I do not want to support B. And it might sound silly because it's just noting, but I don't support councils doing this referendum. My colleague Josh spoke incredibly well on this matter, so I won't repeat it all. He says it far better than me anyway. But we simply cannot allow this sort of thing to happen in our country. It is wrong. Thank you.
Councillor Philippa.
Oh.
Return.
Thank you. Yeah, haven't got my speaking voice on too good today, but look, and I'll try to be brief. I mean, I guess, I've just heard people talk about, I guess, some of them saying that we should rescind this decision, and they talk about democracy. I just see that this decision only helps our democracy. I mean, in brief, I want to be on the right side of history here, not the popular side. I mean, personally, this, you know, if I stand again, this is not likely to help me, but it really is about us ensuring, you know, what I do, you know, what is right, what is good for Māori is good for us all. You know, the social health statistics, everything that we can do to uplift those is good for this community and it's good for this country. You know, we thought the world might fall in when we voted DH in Wanganui, and it didn't. You know, this is not going to change in everyday life for people in our town. This is just, you know, I've sat in this table, you know, for nearly 20 years with only 2 Māori councillors that I'm aware of. You know, and with respect to, you know, to them, I don't think, I mean, well, sorry. Well, the bottom line is with only 2 Māori councillors, that says it all. That's you know, that is not representation. Like the female vote, like the gay vote, like the apartheid vote, it is about us doing what is right, not what is popular. I am, you know, I see some good things from each government, and look, from the Labour government, I think, you know, I mean, I have no question that was the right decision to overturn having to have a poll around Māori wards. And I am, you know, I've seen some good stuff from this new government. I really, you know, I support them in some areas, but I'm appalled at this decision to enforce this poll on all our communities. This is just, this is what is this is divisive. And look, but at the same time, 4 years is a long way away. 2028 is a long time, you know, in regard to the second part of this, about this decision we're making, the decision to affirm Māori wards will require a binding poll at next year's election. You know, there'll be a new, there'll be government elections in place. There'll be Māori councillors that sit here and hopefully want to stand again, but I have no doubt they will improve our decision making around this table. Like I've said in a brief column this week, we are, you know, equal female, male. We have the LG. I get that we have, you know, we have a lot of representation around this table, but apart from our rural board who cannot vote at the table, from Judd here, we do not have Māori represented, and you know, our community really, really needs it. So I want to be on the right side of history. I think this council wants to be. It is the right decision, and I have some confidence that our community, will actually make the right decision, and that we will keep Māori councillors at the table going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kate.
Thank you. There's no doubt in my mind that the Māori ward system is a flawed system. And that's already been talked about. At the same time, we're supposed to be part of a representative democracy. There is nothing representative about democracy when you've got 26.2% of the population in this rohi that identifies as being Māori. We do not have 26.2% of councillors sitting around this table who identify as being Māori. It's really simple for me. The Mayor started the meeting with a reflection about hope. I am hopeful that we will have a poll that will be progressive and unified in terms of where we go forward with our representative democracy.
Councillor Ross.
Yeah. What a horrible thing this government has forced on us, to interfere in locally based decisions where we have consulted our community We have made a decision, 8-5. I was one of the 5 to say no to Māori seats. I was under the false impression that we have everything we need within this building with Māori committees, iwi hapu, that we have sufficient tikanga and understanding of protocols. We don't. We do need Māori at the table. My fear is that I will support this. I am very concerned about the referendum because I call Wanganui the armchair city. Get off your bums, get into the streets, get into the halls, go to the marae, come to my home, do something, then judge each other from your blasted armchairs. The one thing I noticed when I came into this chamber was 6 men and women. And I used to sit in the back for 6 years and I watched the tone change. I watched less sexism, less chauvinism, less misogyny. Some elements might remain, but I can't speak for women around this table. But I definitely noticed an improvement. We need to work on how we talked about our older members in this chamber as well. But when you have variety and diversity, the tone changes. And when I am in the room with Māori, whether they are hapu identified or were born in Sydney and educated in New York, you feel their presence, their mana, their spirit, and whether they're connected to their homeland or not, there is something special about being Māori, and everything we do in this country is enhanced when Māori are involved in it. We definitely need people around the table. We've voted for 2 seats. I've shifted my position. I'm glad I have, but I'm really worried that a referendum is going to set us back, and that's what I'm dreading.
Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Yes, in 2023 I voted to have Māori wards and I have not changed my position on that. I am incredibly disappointed that we're sitting around this table relitigating this again. Most of us are probably saying similar things that we said back in 2023, so I'm not going to add to those conversations because I think we're probably in a good position here. But I do want to say how disappointed I am with the central government's overreach in this that has got us to this point today. And look, let the people speak in the referendum, and we just hope and trust our community that they will participate in the referendum wisely, and that they will see sense and they will see the positivity of having Māori around the table. Thanks.
Councillor Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. You'll all recall that I asked to ignore this motion. I don't see the need to even have this motion. And the reason why I don't see the need to have this motion is because I listen to the people of Wanganui. I don't listen to Daddy in Wellington. And I do not care what Wellington has to say. I never will care what Wellington has to say, depending on which colour you represent. We made our choice, and as Legal just said to me outside, we must support our decisions that we make. That is our oath that we took. Nothing has changed. I don't care if it's Māori wards, the velodrome, or input any item on there. No one tells me how to rescind my votes unless you live in Wanganui. Nothing's changed. I will not rescind my vote.
Councillor Peter.
Yes, thank you. It looks like we're going to affirm, but I would like to add to that just a little. To rescind or to affirm, the fate of Māori wards in 2028 is beyond our control, but we can decide for 2025. I'm not so concerned of how we are perceived today, but by how we are perceived in the future generations. Will future generations look back and be proud or embarrassed of our decision? It is my belief Māori wards will benefit our community. Not only are they a way of fulfilling the constitutional rights of Māori under the Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and contribute to the decision-making, participation and representation by Māori, but will undoubtedly contribute to the economic, social, environmental and cultural needs of our community. Much to the contrary, Māori wards will not disadvantage non-Māori, but will enhance us. Therefore, I wholeheartedly vote to affirm Māori wards.
That is it as far as comments go. So thank you for that. So no further comments. I will put the motion on the screen in two parts. The first that we'll vote for is item A, which is that the Council resolves to affirm the 2023 decision to establish the Whanganui Māori Ward, which will cover the entire Whanganui district and be represented by 2 councillors. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Charlie, Councillor Rob. Okay, that item A is carried. Item B, separate vote. The Council notes that the decision will require the Whanganui District Council to hold a binding poll on the question of Māori wards in conjunction with the 2025 triennial election, and that the results of the poll will take effect for the 2028-2031 triennial elections. All those in favour? We're just so basically what people are saying here is that they don't agree with the poll. That's so it's still item A is carried. So we've made that decision. So let's do this again. So item B is all those in favour. All those against. So
we're saying we don't want to send it to a referendum. Mr. Mayor, that vote, it basically means that we don't support going to a referendum. Correct. And hopefully after what... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that we're not supporting a referendum, but it may well happen regardless. Yeah, okay, got it.
We just don't agree with it.
Correct vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's keep on moving. Item 8.4. Thank you very much for those that support us in the room. Thank you for your patience. The rain's still going, sorry, but I was going to say it stopped. Kia ora. All right, so okay, 8.4 has been withdrawn for now, as I said, so I move to 8.5, the Sergeant Gallery Redevelopment Project Cafe. It's up on the screen there, we've read that, so Maz and Sarah, over to you to talk to this paper. I assume it's read, but...
Thank you. Hopefully it is getting simpler, ahead of this paper. So today we're asking for approval to have unbudgeted expenditure of up to $271,336 to support the cafe operating model. The model, as described in the paper, will see the cafe returning profits to the operation of the gallery, resulting in an opportunity to reduce ratepayer contribution to the gallery's operations once the gallery reopens. It does carry a level of both risk and reward. Risk in times when the market is soft, and reward when the gallery visitors and customer experiences are on track. The model on page 47 in table 1 shows 3 scenarios, each of them showing a small, ranging from a small profit to a larger profit, and just wanted to point out what we should have done is not have surplus/cost to ratepayers. There are other models, other variations of the model that does have a minor cost to ratepayer, but these are the three moderate models. So if there's been any confusion there, I apologise for that. In each of those scenarios on table 1, it is a surplus, so that's a contribution back into the ratepayer bucket. What this will enable, this decision today, if you approve the resolution, will enable council to have a cafe operating and in place in time for opening. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So do we have any questions of clarification? We've got one from Deputy Mayor Helen.
Thank you for the report. Self-explanatory. This is really a technicality, isn't it? You need to ask us to approve this budget because it's unbudgeted, but income should come in to offset it, and there is a minor risk there, but otherwise it's pretty operational, you know, sort of get on with it. That's really where we're going on this, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. I see David's put his speaker on, but just to echo that, David, as the Chief Executive, has delegation to approve unbudgeted expenditure of up to $250,000. So this is slightly outside of that. So that's why we need to come to this forum.
Thank you very much.
Through you, Worship. Just to add to what Sarah has said there, and she's correct, this is before you because it's just over my delegations. My delegations are about incurring cost, regardless of how that cost is funded, whether it comes from the ratepayer or some alternative source. But the intention here is that the cafe covers its own costs at least, and ideally generates a profit, because you've clearly sent a signal that you want the Sargent Gallery to start paying its way and minimising the cost to ratepayer. This is one way to start chipping away at its operating cost.
Right. Councillor Josh.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to understand a little bit about the expressions of interest that we received from the private market earlier on. So obviously the 7 or 8 that came through did not proceed any further. Did they give any feedback as to why they chose not to, or why it was considered to be unviable?
Yeah, so the 7 or 8 got whittled down into one preferred candidate. Some of the 7 or 8 that didn't proceed, they didn't really fit the brief, so their offering wasn't something that we wanted and didn't think would complement the gallery. Some of them did fit the brief. As far as feedback around why they pulled out, one of the primary reasons was at that time we were looking for the operator to put up the contribution to do the fit out. So there was a significant capital cost involved for the operator. That deferred a number of suitable offerings. They didn't feel that the time was right for them to get the capital to support this. Yeah.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, Mayor Andrew. The forecast that you provided, 3 different options. What were those assumptions based on in terms of the expected numbers through the door?
Yeah, so First Retail did the modelling for us. So remember, you will have remembered that we commissioned First Retail. They've helped us through the whole process. So they have tested a number of features to arrive at that modelling, and occupancy, so through traffic is one of them, and current expenditure is another. The type of offering that we're working up with the operator has fed through into the expense, the amount of money that people will spend, and there's an important distinction here. This modelling excludes the opportunities for the in-house functions, so it gives us the ability to use this operator because they're sitting in our space, and we can leverage their service and their offering for those private functions as well. So that's an additional stream. So that isn't part of the assumptions in here.
Okay. So yeah, that was my final question. So this operator will be able to do in-house catering for large scale events?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Glenda.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. I just need a bit of clarification about the purpose. It says to approve unbudgeted expenditure within the budget, within the operational budget. I'm not understanding that because it is the budget. Unbudgeted expenditure within the budget, within the operational budget. Is that it?
I think it's just, it is unbudgeted, so it's not in the current budget, but it will sit in the operational budget of the Sergeant.
Sit within it.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. I go to Councillor Rob.
Yeah, thank you. I take it from this arrangement that if there's a loss, the ratepayer chips in and funds it. If there's a profit, the newsletter that came out from the gallery said, telling us that the profits from this gallery will be going to the Sergeant Gallery. This is what they sent out to the friends of the gallery in a newsletter. So that concerns me. Where does the ratepayer stand in this? Are they going to get any benefit from the profit? How's that handled?
Through your worship, I think what went out in the newsletter was probably just clumsy wording, but effectively any profit from the gallery, from the cafe, would effectively reduce the amount of ratepayer funding that needs to go into covering the cost of operating the gallery. So that's where the ratepayer would get the benefit in avoiding as much of a rates cost.
Okay. So another question, the contract price here is $271,336 per annum. What sort of escalation clauses are in that? I mean, is that subject to a new cost every year?
No, that is the amount that we have agreed to with the operator to pay on a smoothed over, so a weekly basis. So how the model will work is money will go, if we think about it as a bank account, money will go into a bank account at the rate of $271,336 divided by 52. Takings will go into the same bank account and offset each other.
Okay.
I think Rob's question was on an annual basis.
So next year they have to put in more then if it's
Sorry,
not
Rob, we just think
So sorry, I misunderstood your question, Rob. Inflation has been factored into the agreement. Yes.
So each year it'll go up to 271,000.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Right, thank you. Councillor, did you want something to add to that?
Well, it's the same line of questioning.
Okay, I'll go to you first then.
Thank you. So if we approve the 271,000 of unbudgeted expenditure, what mechanisms will be in place to ensure that the contractor will do his very best, to recompense at least that and in fact drive a profit?
Yep. So we do have within the contract, I'm just trying to remember the wording, we do have monthly reports. So one of our staff members at the Sergeant, so this operator will be sitting separate, but they will be kind of having a dotted line, I guess, reporting. So for a contact point with our business operations manager at the Sergeant, so there will be monthly reviews undertaken. So we'll be aware, we'll have the reports coming through, and we'll be doing our normal status reports through the Operations and Performance Committee, and there'll also be the non-financial and the financial results that come through already to strategy and policy. So all of that will be reported on regularly through there.
So that's our perspective. From your perspective, you'll be, and this is in what you're saying, but I guess if the performance is not what we would wish for, what are the mechanisms to change contract?
I can't recall the wording that's in the contract, but there is. David might.
Yeah. Look, through your worship, it's been a long meeting already. all of our contracts include performance measures as standard, and there are consequences for the contractors failing to meet them. It's the same whether it's across our parks maintenance or roading maintenance activities. And if performance is poor enough, then they can potentially trigger termination clauses within the contract. Obviously, those things are balanced. We need to give the contractor fair opportunities to correct poor performance before we trigger those things. But they will be monitored usually monthly, where we have contract management meetings, sit down with the contractor, they report their performance, and we discuss around whether they're performing to expectations or not and meeting the requirements we've set for them.
Can I just add to that? Thanks, David. The operator that's been identified, First Retail have undertaken a high level of due diligence around the operator who's got a good track record. So yes, that's looking back, but her track record is pretty solid. And Mary Ann's team have started working with the operator, and she's proven to come up well in that engagement in the early phases. So on top of the standard performance and quality measures in any contract, we have confidence in the individual.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, just a question on the FF&E budget. On this, council's responsible for the capital fit out. This is talking about the cafe you proposed, and which have been funded from the furniture fixtures and equipment budgets. Is that part of the capex of the Sargent Gallery? Is that part of, or the OPEX? Where does that fit, or is that new money?
It's part of the capex for the redevelopment project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ross.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I come from a hospitality background. In your three scenarios, it works out to be 70, 80 or 100 people a day. Over a year, it's 36,000, 41,000, 52,000 people are passing through. By my experience in hospitality, any one of those three scenarios is very conservative. So I understand that's the approach you've taken. This is the minimum to either small loss, small profit, decent profit. Is that correct?
Yes, Ross.
I'm happy. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, I was about to do that, so you were happy to move that. I have a Councillor Glenda second. So do we have any comments on this item? We do, yeah, it's filling up as usual. So Councillor Charlotte, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I've seen some commentary around this direction, this item, online over the last couple of days. However, I can absolutely see how this could be a win-win. It is an incredibly difficult time in the hospitality sector at the moment, but this model gives certainty to the contractor whilst also having the potential to create a revenue stream to offset the operating costs. I imagine that there might be potential for the contractor to become the owner-operator of the business in time, once the gallery and cafe are well established. But as someone who has owned and operated hospitality in this town, I can quite confidently say that these figures are absolutely achievable. I feel absolutely comfortable with this model, so I will be voting to support this budget.
Right, thank you. Councillor Jenny.
Thank you. So risk versus reward, and ideally, they're words that I've heard this afternoon. And I'm really, really pleased that the dollar value up there does exceed our CE's delegation so that it does come before us. And as has already been stated, the current state of the hospitality sector throughout our entire country is extremely difficult at the moment. This is not the time to be opening a new cafe. In fact, there are many, many, many of them, and well-renowned ones, that are closing. So I believe that it is totally imprudent of us to take the risk of going ahead with this particular regime at this time and putting that risk upon our ratepayers. I'm a huge supporter of the Sargent. I would love to see a fantastic opening, just like the rest of you, but I am not prepared to do that and put our ratepayers at any more risk than they already are. I cannot support this. It is not prudent. It is not the right time. Down the track, maybe, but not yet. So no, I definitely will not be supporting this. In fact, I was quite appalled when I read the paper. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay, what is your point of order?
Am I not allowed to be appalled?
It concerns me that it is a judgment on an officer's report when in fact officers are just presenting the facts for us to make a decision on. So I'm just saying, you don't have to agree.
Okay, I'll just take a moment.
You didn't say anything.
It's great, a little bit grey because it's not offensive, it's not malicious. So I can't accept that, I'm afraid. So, what's that? All right. So we'll carry on. Where do we get to? I'm going to go to Councillor Rob online.
3 and 3.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll talk about bad timing. At a time when the ratepayer, for this next financial year, is being asked for $188 out of their rate demands to go to this Sergeant Gallery. There's been people pretty appalled about this in this community right at this point in time. The reason that this contract is being talked about is because an operator doesn't want to take the risk. There's risk involved here. They know that. This gives them a guaranteed income. And there will be, of course, a profit for them in that $271,000 per annum, and that won't stay at $271,000 for very long. If there's the need for a cafe there, a commercial operator will take it up. If the supporters of the gallery want to have a cafe there, well, let them fund it. Let them put their volunteers in and man this organisation, man this cafe, get it operating. And then they could argue then that the profits could stay within their acquisitions budget or whatever. This is their opportunity to do something about it rather than further ask the ratepayer for funding, which is already totally stretched to $4.539 million per annum. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, I won't be. I can't support this, I'm afraid. I mean, the market analysis talks about somewhere between making a profit of 238,000 to a 90k deficit, and unfortunately, this council we don't have a great record, and on this project we have a pretty bad record, unfortunately, of a capital project going from 33 million to nearly, projected to up to 72.8 million. We have an OPEX that is already with operating costs of 4.5, nearly 4.6 million, which is down 200,000 from what was requested. $155 per ratepayer property, and that may be just including the capex. I'm not sure on that. Jeepers, that's a grocery bill for a family, for a week or two for many families. I'm very pleased this has hit the table, because I think we read in the previous that this, I kind of read that it's basically been approved, obviously, apart from that it has exceeded the Chief Executive's delegation. I really believe this should have come to us regardless when we're talking about the Sergeant Gallery, because of the cost escalations. It's been said before, but if this was viable, I think you're up to 9 operators interested at one stage, and the last one pulled out a few months ago. Then they would have jumped at it. They would have, if this was viable, a commercial, someone would be in there to make their profit. if any sector's been hit hardest, not just in our town, but the hospitality and the retail have. And, you know, I mean, this, if anything goes near the nice to have that the Prime Minister and us are talking about, this is it. This is the nice to have. And very unfortunately at this time, I would really counsel that our elected members to really consider, do we think this makes the threshold of being an essential? People may just have to walk 100 metres down the road to look at a variety of our wonderful cafes that are struggling and could need this and would like the support. You know, this may be possible in a year or 2 or 3 or 4. But there will be other mechanisms. The space is there now. There'll be other mechanisms and other days to reconsider this. But quite frankly, I am flabbergasted. I think I heard that more recently from someone else, that this has come to the table. Unfortunately, there has been nothing, and it is fact, about this project that has stayed on budget prior to a cost of living crisis. And I just don't have the confidence that we don't risk another deficit. And this community and council can't afford that and can't afford the bad publicity. So at this stage, I really believe we should turn this down and look for another day, but I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, look, it's absolutely true that the overall cost of this project is eye-wateringly high and that the ratepayers have contributed an enormous amount to it. But so too have other partners, so too have private individuals and trusts and other form of donors, so too has the government, so too has lotteries. I could go on. And what's also eye-watering is the scale of the opportunity that Wanganui has if this thing succeeds. We have an economic impact assessment from 2018 that shows that $11 million of additional economic input into this community could be achieved from extra domestic and international visitors to Wanganui. And there is a basic expectation with a gallery of the scale and magnitude of the Sergeant that they will have access to a cafe when having that experience. We want to give this thing the best possible chance of success, and that means that there needs to be a cafe, and this to me seems like a really sustainable model. And to Councillor Philippa's point on why the market was not interested, well, I asked that question, and we know that previously there was a requirement for private operators to conduct the fit out. That's no longer the case anymore. So we have a more viable model in front of us, one that the forecasts show should be able to be delivered with minimal impact to the ratepayer. I don't want to see a gaping hole in the bottom left corner of the Sergeant Gallery when it opens up where a cafe is meant to be. We need to be giving a Class A experience to all visitors when this thing opens in November. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Michael.
Thank you. I've really struggled with this one. When I saw it on Thursday, I wanted to love it. I really appreciate the officers trying to bring in non-rate revenue because I always enjoy that. I had a good conversation with Councillor Charlotte, who gave me the most compelling argument ever. I won't say what she said exactly because she gave me figures, but the figures were like, okay, maybe I'm wrong. But I've gone through the numbers again and again and again and again, and just to reiterate some of these figures, we are saying that at a high end, 55.5% of the visitors are going to visit the cafe. Now, I had to look it up. Te Papa has a cafe. I never knew. I've been in there dozens of times. Never knew it had a cafe. I didn't know.
It's got
two. There you go. Not everyone hits cafes. Not all of us are rich. The thing about cafes is you need to spend money to enjoy them. And at $12.85, which is the average cost per item, it's not a coffee. It's a bite to eat. It's a $25 meal. It's a sit down. The people that go to the art gallery, and obviously Councillor Rob's going to love this, they're going for free. So how many of them are actually going to spend $12.85? It's probably going to be the people who come for a trip. So I've rationalised these numbers, at the high end of 55.5% of visitors are getting a $12.85, I love it. 40% return on investment, great. However, I keep coming back to the 40%. If 40% of people spend $12.85, we get a 0.6% ROI. And then we may lose money. And I just don't like the risk appetite for this. I brought forward an item with a 3-to-1 ROI and you turned it down. And now we're talking about an ROI.
Point of order, relevance.
Relevance, contextual awareness.
Ooh.
Right, there was.
Go, Michael. Oh, no.
Point
I'm out for that one.
Yeah.
He's been practicing those two
What was
words all night.
what was the number for the point of order?
26.2C.
Oh no, if it needs people going to call it, we need to know what it is.
C.
2C. Relevance, yeah.
I love
I'm
point
just
of orders.
asking my colleague to stick to the subject.
It's a fair comment. I'll take it back and apologise. There you go.
Okay.
Thank
So my point is I feel like there's a high risk factor to this, and if I run the numbers, just what I'm seeing now, to people, I don't like it. I feel like it needs more work, it needs a proper business plan, and I need to see more information. If you want a good coffee, the library has coffee next door at $2 a coffee. I would recommend we have a coffee shop of some kind at the gallery, and then look at the numbers, and if it makes sense, add food. That's just my point of view. So today I'll be saying no, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Are we not on the 3 and 3?
Look, we're not for this one.
Okay. This is a self-sustaining business. It is not an impost on the ratepayer. Worst case scenario, it'll run at a small loss. If that's so, we'd be in there like Flynn trying to sort it out. And if we weren't happy, we would sort it out. But it is not an impost on the ratepayer. 70 to 80 to 90 people going through a day is peanuts. I've set up many a restaurant from the very beginning and cafes. You can't put something like this out to the world and not offer a full experience. It's also open to functions and events and other income that can be derived from it. When I go to my favourite bakery in Cross Street, my coffee, my pie and my cream bun costs me $18. If I was to go to the Sargent Gallery, I can't have alcohol, as you know, but a glass of wine alone would be $15. And that's what's going to be on offer. It's not just a cafe. I believe it's licensed. I think it's licensed.
Yep.
Regardless, the numbers going through are absolutely minimal. If you're open for 5, 6, 7 hours, 70 people going through is nothing. Councillor Charlotte and I both know exactly the numbers game with hospitality. This is very doable. It's not high risk. It's very low risk. And therefore, I would encourage us. I have big concerns about the Sargent Gallery. You know, $188 a year on our ratepayer, from 4 million to 16 million, from 20 million it's gone up to 72 or 73. Totally support that freaking out of cost escalations. This is a separate model that's not part of that. It's self-sustaining. I will support it.
Okay, Councillor Kate.
I'll make it very brief. Look, we're spending, well, we collectively, all of the folks that are putting the money into the Sargent, we're spending 70 million up there. We cannot go without a cafe. It would just be an underwhelming experience. We have to be modern. We need to, you know, this is Whanganui presenting itself to the world. The market analysis here is truncated, but in my experience, basically the figures that have been suggested there aren't out of kilter with what you would expect for average spend and average numbers. So my last comment would be that as written, what seemed to be an underwriting of 271,000 seemed a bit extreme, but I have received sufficient comfort from officers
answers, that there will be mechanisms in place to make sure that not only will we not be in a position where we're losing anything like that, but in fact returning revenue that will reduce rates. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've only got 2 to go, so Helen and then Peter.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look, I'm fully supporting this. This is a professional case put forward by First Retail Group, and it's well researched. The contract will be well put together. The cafe is already there, folks. What are you going to do with it if you don't have an operator in it? It's a fantastic spot. It is, imagine, this is a destination, the gallery plus the cafe will be its own destination because of the incredible views, sitting outside, the ambience, having a glass of wine, and the food options. It's going to be a real hit. There will be a little bit of competition with other cafes in Whanganui, but actually there's room for that competition. There really is. And it gives such fantastic potential for the cafe to be used at after hours by other events who want to hold something special. I can see this is going to be very, very popular. Yes, there's a risk. It's a very small risk that we might lose a few bucks. For those who were on council when we actually had a cafe out of the airport, actually that used to lose quite a lot of money, but you know, we all wanted to support it because we must have a cafe at the airport. Well, guess what? The Sargent Gallery is going to be a bigger draw than the airport. So, look, at the very least, if you're sort of sitting on the edge, do it for a year, guys. See how it goes. You know, like if it's a total disaster, we're going to have to find out another model. But I do not think that is. This is just do it. It's well researched. It's professionally put together. It'll utilise what we have already built, and you know, I think it'll go off it like a rocket. And I'll see you all there for a glass of wine. Although I've given up alcohol, so that's useless. Can we have some zero wine there, please?
All right, Councillor Peter.
Yeah. Thank you, Helen. I'm one of those ones that are sitting on the fence. And I've listened to you all. You know, I don't think we should be in business. That should have gone to the CCO committee, and so they could make a proper, you know, I see the risks and I see the opportunity, and the risk for me is too great. But other than the fact that it is in the gallery, I think has a real potential to it. So, yeah, I'm going to wait to see how. I've got another minute or two to make up my mind.
All right. Well, I'm going to be the last to comment on this, and no more comments. But I look at it would be ludicrous not to have a cafe up there. This is what I call another theory of second best. There is no best option right now. It's tough in hospitality, but I know from my experience with hospitality, and I'm indirectly involved in it, that people are still spending money right now, right? And this is a creative solution in a bit of a difficult situation across the country. But I see some green shoots. I talked in my commentary at the start. There's seeing some green shoots of optimism out there. But when the Sargent Gallery opens, it's going to be something that we're all going to be really proud of, even the doubters. And it's going to bring visitors from all around the world and all around New Zealand. And if we don't have a cafe there, it's not a good look. We need to showcase Whanganui and showcase the gallery and show the world who Whanganui is. And I just can't support not having this option here. It is, to me, when I look at the numbers from my background, my understanding of hospitality, this is very doable. So I fully support this. Hopefully that's changed your mind, Peter. So no further comments. I'm going to put the motion on the screen that the council approves unbudgeted operational expenditure up to the amount of $271,336, All those in favour? All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the motion is carried. So, thank you. Oh, Rob, were you against? Okay, it's still.
Geez, I know it's been passed and
Still carried. Sorry, Philippa, you've got a question?
I know it's been passed, but just for clarity, that resolution doesn't talk about per annum, which the officer's report does talk about per annum.
Okay, sorry, there's no more questions of clarification. We've done that, but we'll note that it's per annum, but that's a good point.
It's an annual cost.
We'll take that as a action away from here. Okay, all right.
No.
Okay, no, I understand that. It's a long day so far. So
Your Worship.
502.
Can I make
Charlie? Yep. Sorry, Rob, we've got something to say.
Yeah, can I make a special request, please, for the next item? Is it possible to take 8.7 next, please? It's been a pretty long night. I've got to catch a bus. I'd like to be here for this item. I'm under real pressure. Can we swap out the 100% suite with the next item?
Please.
Yeah, look, these guys have been waiting for a long time as well, Rob. I appreciate that. We've also got Paul Bailey waiting for us. We've got a whole bunch of pressure on this end as well. Let me just have a think about this. Bear with. What do you reckon?
It shouldn't need a lot of discussion.
Wait, hang on, we're not speaking to her, we're just having a... Okay,
Just
right,
allow
go
me.
for it, yeah.
Rob, it's Kate speaking. Just to try and head this off for you, I suggest. I mean, this is just coming through to council for endorsement. I'm not expecting that this matter will be relitigated. I'm talking about 8.7, and that would be my strong recommendation to council.
Good.
Okay, so keen to go through. So what are we deciding then? Do this one? Do the 100% suite? Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah. Sorry, Rob. We have had requests from Paul Bailey, who also has got time constraints as well. These guys have been waiting, so if you'd like to maybe type your email up and type your view ahead, we can at least represent your voice. Yeah. All right, so we're going to go 100% suite.
But I can't vote. Am I able to vote?
No, you won't be able
in
to.
absentia.
I'm sorry, Rob, but we're all pressed for time. We've got other constraints, but I'm very happy to read out your view in the comments. Okay, so welcome, Rachel. And I think you're doing very well to be here. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. Not well. And Sally too. Welcome. And thanks for being so patient. We've just got started for the day, and you're finishing up. So anyway, over to you. 100% suite overview and summary. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Rach Hoskin, and I am at the Strategic Lead Capability at Wanganui Partners. And this is Sally Ross, the CEO of Wadet, who administers our 100% suite contract. I know that you've got the report in front of you, so I'll take that as read. But I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points within that. One is that with conflicting priorities and the reduction of the economic development budget, we were unable to fully support 100% suite this financial year. But what we have done is looking at the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs in terms of the NEETs rate that we are seeing increasing within the Wanganui district. Then we're looking at reconstructing 100% suite as a preventative model within the NEETS area. And this is really, really important because Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, although that does a fantastic job and we get funded for that, it only funds 30 places. And as you can see in the report, our NEETS rate suggests that there's over 900 NEETS within our district. And so this is an issue. We would like to be less of an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, and we would prefer to be a preventative model. Now, this preventative model is being constructed at the moment, where research is being done by Sally's team with NEETS to understand barriers and challenges, to design a model that will really be effective in this space. And that will be presented back to us in December this year to look at that in an ongoing capacity, which will be slightly different to what we've covered so far within the 100% suite. But we're very, very passionate about this area. We know that we need transformational change in this area. You would have read the report and you understand that some crime can, within the justice data, youth crime has jumped up around the country, and we don't want to see that here. So we're just taking a proactive approach to this. We just wanted to give this report. We wanted to let you know where we're at with 100% suite and the direction going forward with 100% suite as well. So we're not asking for any decisions on anything right now. That might come at a later stage once the proposal has been done. But we wanted to update you and just see if there are any questions on this for us.
Right, thank you very much. So do we have any questions of Deputy Mayor Hallam?
Thanks, Rachel, and thank you for coming today. In the report, which I did read, and I am just trying to understand a few things, is 100% suite funded 100% by Wanganui District Council via Wanganui Partners?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is currently.
Okay, and we've dropped some of that funding because of the tight budgets this year?
Yes, we have.
How much has been cut?
$40,000.
Of a total budget of?
70.
So $40,000 was cut of a total of 70, so you must be down man hours in terms of the work.
That's correct.
So it's only be funding now this report, I guess?
That is correct, it is.
Okay. I don't really understand what prevention would be versus what currently 100% suite's been doing, if that could be explained a little bit.
Absolutely it can. Right now we're facing the 100% suite has always been contracted to deliver a model that would help our NEETs go into employment or education. That is what also Mayor's Task Force for Jobs does. What we're seeing is that the NEETs rate is not falling, it is increasing, and that is due to the within the schools, the careers guidance counsellors are not funded well time-wise to support all students within schools. And we're seeing real issues coming through from schools. I have spoken to the Ministry of Education about that, who say that they fund the schools, but the schools can dictate where they spend that money. I've then spoken to the schools who agree that they believe it's underfunded. There's a range of issues here. We need to get in and really support some of the school initiatives. We need to do a little bit more than what the schools are doing. There is a guidance counsellor at Wanganui High School funded in a full-time position, and if he saw every single student within that school, 1,200 on the roll, each student would get about 7 minutes with him.
A year. And so this research that you're doing now will try and eke out all that information about what's really happening and why, and so we've got to wait for that to get that further information.
Absolutely. We need to understand the situation better before we throw anything at it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Michael, question for clarification.
Yeah, so of the 95 people that you've helped every year, what would be the impact if those people were not getting the help that they needed?
My assumption is they wouldn't be going into work.
Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, whilst we were at the LGNZ conference, we went to the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs AGM, and the Minister responsible for MSD spoke, about the outcomes for youth, 18 to 24-year-olds that go on to welfare support at that kind of age. And I think she quoted something on average, they spend 19 years on welfare before they actually get into the workplace. Or it was something of that order of magnitude. I'm getting some nods here. So it is a material impact if they're not in work.
Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your report and the great work that you've been doing. Do you have a, my question is, do you have a working relationship with the Youth Council, or have you had in the past?
Yes, yeah, the staff work with them when they can.
Bring your microphone close.
There's two answers here, because one's from my side and one's from Sally's side. I have had a little bit. I've been at Wanganui Partners for 2 years, and I've had a little bit of interaction with the Youth Council. It hasn't been overly helpful in this space, to be honest, but it has been in our international education space. But we have had some dealings with them. Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jenny. I'm happy to second that. All right. Do we have any comments? See, Councillor Michael, you're both
of us.
Both of you,
Jenny
right?
go first.
Yeah. Okay, Jenny.
I died.
Okay.
Metaphorically speaking.
We all know where you.
I just want to thank Sally and Rachel very much. Really like to hear the fact that you want to go back and be at the beginning of the process rather than the ambulance at the bottom of the hill. I've had an exposure to the 100% sweets right back, probably more than 10 years, maybe even 12 or 13. And the intention was always grab them from school and make sure they don't go down those dark pathways. And I think that's an excellent way to go. So I fully support what you're trying to do. Every success. Thank you.
Okay, Michael.
I completely agree with Councillor Jenny on this. One of the main concerns I have around NEET specifically is starting as you need to go on. It's exactly what our CE just said. If these people, and they're people, do not get the help they need to get first into work, they will suddenly be in a system of reciprocal cycles that will lead them down a rabbit hole that I do not like. I'm very happy with 95. I want more. Reduction from 20.9% down to 13.8%, and then a slight rise at 18.4%. My concern with reduction in funding and the reduction of help is going to lead to this to increase even further. And that's my biggest concern. I will like to put out that effectively you're saving around $815,100 for MSD every year. That's a huge number. So they should be paying for it. But it's our people, it's our rangatahi, and the fact of the matter is this should lead to lower crime rates, it should lead to greater GDP, it should lead to increased jobs, satisfaction, and so on. So I wish you all the luck, and I would like to support you in the in future. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing in this space. A comment more to the Chief Executive and yourself, Mr Mayor. I'd like more visibility of this work at this table or through one of the committees. I think this should be a priority, and I would like to see more visibility and involvement going forward. Pardon me? That's why it's here now.
Today.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks Sally and Rach for presenting today and for the report. It's very valuable work, and it's sad to see a cut in budget, but I'm pleased to see that you're using this opportunity to sit back, do the research, and let's relook at it then. You know, this is one of the conundrums of council paying for something that we see as really, really, really important, but in fact it is still theoretically a central government responsibility. And there is no money coming from central government in this space at all, and that's what I'm I mean, maybe there is somewhere, and maybe that's some further work that maybe will come out in the research. I'm just struggling with that a little bit. We haven't had that in the report. David, you're going to say something. You can say something now.
I'll let you finish and then I'll...
Yeah, that's just where I'm struggling a little bit. So maybe we have to join those gaps. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you. But yeah, look, our unemployment, I mean, if we can change those stats for young people, it's massive. So fully behind this, but interested in how we can join up some more dots.
Through you, Worship, and with your permission, just a clarification and correction. So for this year and the previous year, we have been receiving funding from central government for the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, which effectively is doing almost the same thing as the 100% Sweep program. Across the 2 years, we will have received somewhere of the order of about $500,000 of funding from central government, and it is because of that funding coming in that the impact of reducing the budget this year is relatively modest, and it also gives us the opportunity to keep working with the needs whilst we reset and reevaluate what the purpose of 100% Swede is. Because if we can continue to get the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs funding to be the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, whilst also shifting 100% Sweet to be the fence at the top of the cliff, then we'll have two barriers to help support our youth into training and employment. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah.
Off my comment.
Sure.
Yeah, so in future reports, which I'm sure we'll get, can we have that financial bit in it? You know, like how much we're putting in and how much we're getting from central government, because they're two parts of the same thing, and we just need that. I just feel like we need that full picture when we're just talking about this. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I want to thank you, David, I assume, for bringing this to the table. In my first month in my job as Mayor, I signed up for Mayoral Task Force for Jobs, and I'm really happy with where this is at. And I just want to say, Sally, you and your team are extraordinary, and people don't know what these guys do, but behind the scenes, I don't know who's on your team now. We've obviously got Rose and Dave, but is there anyone else I need to? 6 in total? Yeah, so sorry, excuse me for those others. I don't know names directly, but these guys do an incredible job, and I've always said the social aspect of our community is the fabric of our society, and it goes down to we will always focus on the 4 well-beings in Wanganui, no matter what, because if we just focus on the money side, guess what? Society falls apart, and you don't address those other important factors. So, I just want to applaud what you guys are doing. The aspiration, I think, for me, is to look down that list on the NEAT rate and see Wanganui's NEAT rate be below the rest of New Zealand. And the fact that you'll want to be transformational and trying to do something different, I applaud that. So, I just want to say I encourage you and applaud your efforts. So, pass that on to your team, please. Yeah. All right. So we'll move. With no further comments, we'll put the motion on the screen. That all those in favour? Against? Jeepers. Okay. Thank you very much. Yep. All right. Oh.
Can I seek permission to depart? I'm Rural Community Board. I don't have a vote, and it's got to such a remuneration that I think I'm paying to be here.
Right. Okay.
So would you mind if I departed?
I think, yep. No, we're down to cost per minute is down to about 50 cents for us too. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. And Paul, welcome to the table. So we'll take your item next, which means we'll need to go into public exclusion. So, sorry. What was it? So motion to. Yep. Oh, have we? Okay. Is he happy to wait? Okay. All right. So, sorry. Sorry, Steve. I didn't realise you're online. Rob's still there. Go, Rob.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just waiting for this one item.
Yeah, well, look, we're going as quickly as we can. So we're going to have a motion to exclude the public.
But I would strongly suggest that we do 8.7. Is it 8.7?
Okay.
The local election 2025.
I'm just getting conflicting views
Yes,
about
I know
what we should
you
and
are.
shouldn't do.
And I'm sorry to enter
so that's
that
fine.
fray.
That's the first I've heard of that. Are we? Okay.
We'll
All
move
right.
it.
Okay. So Rob, you've been spared then, and sorry, Paul. Is that all right? You're gonna not in charge of picking up kids or anything like that. So we'll go to 8.7. Okay. Right. So local election 2025 final representation proposal. We've obviously talked about this a fair bit. So I'm hoping that we don't have a lot of questions for clarification.
Yeah.
You were very quick, Councillor Philippa, and you were second, Councillor Jenny. All right. So do we have any questions, Councillor?
No, it wasn't a question. I was just going to offer my advice about the good going over this issue that we had at Strategy and Policy Committee.
Yep.
And I would expect that there would be no re-litigation of it.
Yep. So you're just supporting what I've just said. So
I am.
So is anyone going to dare ask any questions as a result of that? Okay, great. Thank you very much. We've got a mover and a seconder. So do we have any comments on this item? So we've had a fair bit of comment in the past. I will put no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen in its entirety. It's obviously very difficult for those in the public to see it, but that's fine. So yeah. So I think it's probably worthwhile doing that just for the sake of time. So there's no comments, but this is what we're going to what we'll put the motion on the screen. Is that the Whanganui District Council comprise the Mayor, elected at large, and 12 councillors elected from wards. The Whanganui the Whanganui District is divided into 2 wards, the General Ward and basically the Māori Ward, which will be represented by 2 councillors, and the General Ward by 10. C, that the Whanganui District Council will retain a Whanganui Rural Community Board consisting of 7 members elected by the electors from 3 subdivisions. And D, the composition of the Whanganui Rural Community Board will be as follows. For the 3 different wards of Whanganui, Kaitoki and Kaiwi, plus 2 additional members appointed by the Council. And E, the Council will issue a public notice of the final proposal within 14 days of this resolution, including notification of the right to make appeals and or objections. If necessary, the Local Government Commission will hold hearings on appeals and or objections to the final proposal on 19 November 2024. And finally, G, the Local Government Commission is required to complete its final review by 10 April 2025. So hopefully that's all clear. You've got it in your readings, so I'll put the motion on the screen in its entirety. All those in favour? Okay. Against? Against, we've got one. We've got Councillor Josh, Deputy Mayor Helen, and Councillor Michael. Rob is 4. Yep, so we've got 3. Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. That was quick, so great. All right, so...
Excuse me, Your Worship, I'm going to leave the meeting now.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to look for the Loch Ness Monster.
Right. Well, send us a photo when you find it. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Hey, Rob,
Thank
I just want to say good on you for sticking in there. I just want to applaud you. You look like you've just woken up, but you've at the end of a long day, no doubt. So thank you, and I hope you and Lynn having a nice trip.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go into item 9, which is motion to exclude the public, that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, namely items listed on the table on page 118 of the agenda. I'm not going to read all that, but yeah. So I'll invite Paul. Do I have a mover? Councillor Ross, Councillor Charlotte to second. All those in favour? All those against? Is that what we're supposed to do? Yeah. Does everyone want a little break, or do you want to carry on? Okay, I know that we're back on public, but I just want to know that we've been going for a long time now for the public, so we'll just take a little 5-minute break. I'm just talking a mini break, because it has been a couple of hours. It's a long time to sit, so we're back in about 5 minutes. That would be great. Thank you. 8.8, the Toowoomba Mayoral Delegation Summary. See, Mayor's my travel, or our travel buddy. Yeah.
So we do have I do have a presentation. This will be a little bit lighter after your afternoon, hopefully, and it won't take ages. I'm just going to let the slides go while I talk to a few things. I'm not going to talk to each slide, so you can just have a look at the pictures while I run through a few things. It should just run on its own. It's got the captions as well. So yes, this is just a report back on the delegation trip in June over to Toowoomba for our anniversary of our sister city and to do a few visits. I think it should just play in a... I just want to go normal. If you go into slideshow, it should just go. So the Mayoral delegation travelled alongside a agribusiness delegation that was led by Colleen Irvine and Wanganui Partners. She was going to be here to talk to a bit of her information, but she's, because it's gone a bit later, she can't, but she did say that she will be looking to do her own report back at some stage as well, because obviously the outcomes from their purpose of their trip was a bit different to ours, but we did join up with them for a few of our visits. I guess main thing to highlight is just really to acknowledge Toowoomba Regional Council. They were amazing hosts. They looked after us incredibly well. We were kept pretty busy. The itineraries are pretty full on for these trips. And I think certain days we were popping all around the place, but they really did look after us. And Mayor Jeff, I think the first 3 nights he was out with us every night, so a real commitment on their behalf as well. And really acknowledging Jane Morey as well, who's the International Secretariat. She did amazing at looking after us all. So I won't go through all the itinerary. It is in the report. I guess a couple of highlights was the first one was the Toowoomba Waste Management Centre, and it was just, I think we're all a bit blown away by that. So it's a huge purpose-built greenfield site over 20 hectares, and it's their sole intention is just keeping everything out of the landfill. So when you drive in, they have everything. You can drive in, you drop your green waste, you can drop your refrigerator, you can go around there and drop your mattress, you can drop anything you can think of. They pretty much had a section ready for it, including a big barrel for any dead animals as well. So they, not so much recycling, just keeping out of the landfill. So that it was a pretty amazing site. I think we realised the size difference of when you're working in a land area where you just have so much space, and working in collaboration with regional councils of what they built together. And they still have curbside as well, but that's a real focus on keeping out of the landfill. And then next to that, they had where their landfill was, the way it was treated and managed at the end of it when it's had its lifespan and it's full. It's actually on their main housing development area as well. So it's not the land itself is still usable at the end of it. So yeah, it was pretty amazing. Wellcamp Airport was another one. So that slide up there, we were randomly the timing worked that we were there when the Qantas cargo plane was arriving. And it was taking a load of flowers over from Toowoomba over to Singapore for a big flower expo. I can't remember what it was. So we saw that land and get loaded as well. So that's, raised some really interesting ideas around how we can link in from Wanganui direct to Toowoomba from our airport. Their turnaround time is quite a lot quicker than if you have freight that goes and sits in Auckland Airport before it goes out. The idea of fresh produce from Wanganui basically being in Asia and on the table somewhere within 36 hours is pretty amazing. So lots of really cool ideas that we can look into. A bit of, obviously not something that's going to happen straight away, but lots of ideas. The tourism was really great as well, the Queensland Tourism in Tisby, which is the version of Wanganui Partners, so we got a lot around them as well, a lot of meetings. We had Weir Tours, a local tour operator, was part of the delegation, so he was off with Queensland Tourism most of the time, and is already establishing tour groups underway to go over for the Carnival of Flowers in Toowoomba, and also to take people from here to come for the Masters Games and do other garden tours and things like that as well. I guess the main one is that they've just approved, they're sending 5 representatives from Toowoomba Council over for the Sargent Gallery reopening. That's partly just to support us with our relationship, knowing it's a huge milestone for us, but they're also looking at doing a future regional art gallery, so they really want to come and learn from us as well. There are a couple of other things that Mayor Andrew did. I don't know if you want to talk to them around the City of Design and the University of Queensland, Andrew. That was something, Mayor Andrew had some appointments on his own, so do you want to add anything on them?
Yeah, no, look, I'll also just add to what we've set up here as well. There are a couple of great days. The first one was really focused on recycling and waste management, and that was particularly game breaking. I think their site had won an award across Australia for its because it was just a really efficient site for recycling. And then just down the road from that was the landfill, and just below that was the wastewater treatment plant, which was the methane from the landfill offset the electricity cost by a third. So that was incredible in its own right. I'm giving you a very quick summary here. The trip to Wellcamp Airport, which was built privately by a family over there, was also eye-opening, and we're lucky to have a plane land up there. But it's certainly something that we'll follow up on in regard to how do we take Whanganui to the world. It's something I've talked about a bit. How do we get people and products in and out of Whanganui easily? At the moment, I believe it's quite clunky. We manage it, we get through it, but if we actually think about what best in class is and what world class looks like, we're well away from that. The other one is alluded to was I did visit Queensland University as well, just in regard to rural medical pathway programs and what they're doing in that space. And I think we're just seeing the shortage of rural doctors and GPs, and it's something that I think I'm keen to explore for us in Whanganui. It's a problem right across New Zealand. It's a problem even in big centres, but something we need to do here. I also, whilst over there, took the opportunity to go to Geelong, which is a sister city. Sorry, not a sister city. It's another creative city. It's another city of design. It's the only one in Australia. So it's kind of our cousin, if you like. And it was just great to go there. It's actually from a personal perspective, my father's hometown is Whanganui. My mother's hometown is Geelong. So they're both UNESCO cities of design. So for me, it's a bit of a paradox to be able to go to both. But I was greeted by the mayor and a small delegation to talk about the opportunities for us. They're a few years ahead of us, but there is no doubt that they are riding the wave of their designation as a UNESCO City of Design, and there are massive opportunities for us in this space that are unrealised at the moment. But I think we've got Whanganui partners playing, particularly Emma, playing in that space, and it's exciting what we can do in there, and it's very similar to us. They're supported by agriculture. They've got a polytech there. They've got a big art gallery they're about to rebuild, etc., etc. So there's a lot of parallels. But all in all, I think I'm interested to see what the Agri delegation bring. But it was a trip that was focused more on the economic side, and I think as we go forward, we will continue to explore that. They have a delegation coming to see us in November for the opening of the Sargent as well, and we'll continue to have talks with them, but to progress things like getting a Texel airplane from Whanganui to their airport in Toowoomba into Southeast Asia. It's something that we can explore and do, and it's just one example. So thank you. All right. So that's any questions. So have we moved this? Don't think we have. So I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll just put your microphone on.
Thanks for going, team. I've had a number of conversations with Glenda about this, and it sounds like it was very valuable. My question is just around next steps, and you've alluded to those. But in practical terms, how does that, the things that you've talked about, stay on an agenda?
That is a good question, and so we were asked by Jane at the end of it actually to say what are the things we're going to follow up on, and so the first thing to do was to report back to council, and maybe Maz, do you want to comment on?
Yeah, sorry, that just reminded me as well. I didn't put on the presentation, but I will circulate it. There's a link to a council meeting that was held in Toowoomba when we were there, And it's about probably 8 minutes or something, but it's actually quite good to listen to. It was their council meeting, and they were talking about the relationship and what they get from it, and their future opportunities as well. So I will circulate that if you want to have a look at it. But yeah, it is always hard to keep it top of mind and to keep them really present. And I think them coming for the Sargent Gallery is a result of us being there. So that's kind of that's the first sort of, I guess, quick win from it. They're coming, 5 of them are coming solely for that and to sort of work with us. So a lot of it is that shared learning. When you have the sister city relationship, you do need to invest in it. So it's all well and good on saying it, but it's actually making not just things happen for the mutual benefit, but also information sharing. I have emails a lot with Jane, we're in touch a bit, same with in Japan. So it's kind of how those relationships are built. We share a lot of knowledge and opportunities that way. I think that the airport one is something that was definitely key, and I think obviously Sarah was there on the delegation too, so they're not necessarily easy things, but they're, something like that might come through a point of entry business case of what we can look at, what do we need to do at our airport here to enable us to have freight leave from here and go direct to Toowoomba. It's that bigger thinking. Some of them are smaller wins, so around the shared learning, even in the civil defence space as well. We've had a fair bit around that Toowoomba has floods and droughts, and we've shared a lot of learning in the past. And I think one of the pictures was Mayor Jeff holding up his Safe for Wanganui top that he had been presented a few years ago when Lauren Tamahana was over there. So there's a lot that we do that I guess kind of goes under the radar a little bit in terms of the tours. So that's something that's underway. So that's not us leading. So part of the delegation point was to facilitate between local providers with them. So that was the Queensland Tourism is very much connected in with Weir Tours. So they're working on things themselves. So we facilitate it and then we let them do it. So we get the benefit that way as well. But it's really, as things come up, it's sort of utilising the connections we have of how we can benefit from them.
Do you think it's a structured enough approach?
Look, I think it's an area that I've kind of always described us as we're not the best friends in it. So, we have a sister city relationship, and I don't always feel that we put as much effort in as others. That's purely a resourcing effort. I think the intent is there, and I know when Japan was over recently, we talked to them about, and now with having Rach in-house as well, we've been talking about how we can work with the schools to take delegations of school kids from Wanganui to Japan to get that same experience that they get when they come here. We're always kind of led to believe that it wasn't as possible due to the nature of the houses over there. They don't necessarily have rooms free for students to stay in. Apparently that's not quite true. So we're just sort of working through some of those ideas as well. But it is a resource thing, and it's having the real direction to do that. So we need to know why we're going to put more effort in. What are we going to get from it at the end? And that can be quite a hard sell because they're not always really quick wins.
Yeah.
But I do take your point, and I think it's a valid one. So for me, I guess I wanted to get this across the line first because we didn't want to get it back to front and tell the world about what we've done before we'd come to the table here. So I've got it on my action list to follow up on a number of items. One that I failed to mention was the last day we went to a energy facility where we saw coal being burned cleanly, supposedly, and a hydrogen plant generating electricity, and a solar, all in the space of one proximity, as well as Tesla battery storage as well. And it was just extraordinary where they are at in regard to their energy transition, as well as energy supply, and we are so far behind in New Zealand, and we're just seeing that play out. Talking to Western Curtin just yesterday in Palmerston North, we are so well behind in New Zealand in regard to energy, and we went to the Australia's capital for energy in that Queensland area. They're leading the way, so it's just another area as we focus on the future that we look to pick up, and part of our vision for Wanganui is making that transition to clean energy, but energy security, full stop. Yeah.
I think if I can just add one other one as well, and Glenda might want to add something, is around the meeting we had with the Chamber of Commerce as well. Like I think while they're not necessarily hugely things that we're going to come back and see a difference, there were a lot of learnings that I know Glenda was going to take back to the chamber of how we can do things differently and support them differently as a council as well.
Glenda.
That was a good meeting that we had with them, and I think, it brought out that all the Chamber of Commerces are basically the same, really. We're all there to serve the business community, and while Toowoomba is a lot bigger, there were things that they did that we don't do, that we could do. They do a lot of mentoring with young business owners. We do some mentoring here, but they have some good partnerships going, and we've connected the CEs so that they can chat. They don't have a national body, which was really surprising, and they were interested in coming over and joining our national body and going to the conferences. So that was actually quite valuable to talk about that. I also went to their Business After 5. I think Andrew, Mayor Andrew, turned up as well. Business at Dusk, they called it. So it was really good to talk to the business members and to see how they found the relationship between, whether they felt that they were supported adequately. So it was really worthwhile. Really enjoyed it. But there was one highlight that I'd love to talk about that I have not been able to stop thinking about, and that was their beautiful theatre. They've got this now, beautiful Empire Theatre that went to rack and ruin. I'm just going to decrease the story to 1 minute. Went to rack and ruin, and the mayor at the time and some of the councillors got it over the line to refurbish it beautifully, Art Deco style. It was, as you can imagine, a lot of money and huge division within the community, but they got it over the line, and this is it here. However, the mayor and the councillors that voted for this refurbishment lost their positions at the next election. And it just showed to me, the whole visit really was about thinking big. Toowoomba did that really well, they think big. That how important it was to stick to your vision. If you've got a vision and you lose your position, so be it. But this is now a legacy for many years to come, and the theatre brings in people from all over Australia. It is a huge success story, so there you go.
Yeah, it was quite a tragic story. Where the mayor lost, and a few others lost their and councillors. But now everyone in the community loves this space. So yeah. All right. Yeah. So any other questions? No other questions of. But I think what would be the right thing to do is to bring back next steps, to Councillor Kate's point. But I want to say I appreciate, Maz, your efforts in this. You fill this void where some councils have got their own dedicated person, so you're doing this on the side. So appreciate that. But for me, it was a first opportunity to look at our one sister city, but I think there is a massive opportunity for us to, as we take Wanganui to the world, to use our sister cities to work with them, partner with them in more powerful ways. If we've got them, let's utilise that. Deputy Mayor Helen.
I've got a comment. I'm not sure if we're in comments or in
questions.
questions.
So no, we're finished with questions. So we've got I'm a mover. Is anyone happy to second? I'm going to ask if Councillor Glenda would like to second. So do we have any comments on this item, Deputy Mayor Helen?
Thank you. Thanks for the report. It's really appreciated to have that. Appreciate the time that you took for those who travelled there, and for the time that you've put into doing this report. It's really, really, really good. I think the value and the relationship that you saw in that trip was you're getting a deeper insight to some different ways of doing things, and maybe some bigger ways of doing things in quite a bigger environment than we have here. But there's always learnings, and I really, that what's next, there are some points that were in there that I think could be developed further, some ideas. And one of the takeaways I had from the conference, the Local Government New Zealand conference, was if you've got a problem, ask your business community, a business problem, or business opportunity, ask your business community. Ask them if they've got any solutions. And there's a couple of items in there that I've heard little whispers in this community, in our business community, that could actually dovetail right into that. So I think that's where we don't, we may not be doing as well as we could do about asking our community before we try and get them boots and all and spend a whole lot of time. So whether that's something as simple as some press releases to see what's out there, or connecting some of those key people we already know in business with their fingers in just about everything, and spread the word and see what might come out, about any one of those particular topics would be a really great start. We don't have to do everything here, and I think we'd be quite surprised what our community is already thinking about doing.
Yep. Okay, great. Okay, Councillor Philippa.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank you both and everyone and Marianne for the report. It's the most comprehensive, in my memory, Sister City report I've seen. And, I think I've got no question that, I actually really think probably the money and the time and all the effort was well spent by this community. Next steps is kind of the question, and we're going to be, I think a good thing is Wongi and Partners now being more a part of our council. That's obviously one avenue of us being closer together, and with the Chamber of Commerce, etc., just to look at where we can move one or two or three things forward. Not that anyone said it, but just for real clarity, I just want to put it on the table in public, for that, and it's like the Empire Theatre and councillors losing their seats. I'll just say, the Sargent Gallery, I've actually, the only councillor that was here at the very start and have actually supported from the start. I've just queried I think I've just challenged and queried cost, etc. And I think it's, around that we really want to make sure early days we build our case well and keep telling the story well. To our community, and don't undersell something and say that it's only going to cost 4 million when it is actually going to cost more. So just want to put that on the table. But thank you. I thought it was a really great report, and I think there's some opportunities there obviously, and look forward to somehow with Wongi and Partners being able to work some of this through. Thank you.
Okay, no further comments, so we are, I'll put the motion on the screen. All those in favour to receive the report? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, next item is 8.9, Plan Change 60. I see you're sitting there, Justin Leanne. Over to you. Thank you for hanging around this time of the day.
Good evening and thank you. Plan Change 60, Miscellaneous 2. This is largely procedural. It's the end of a very long process. The last stage of it is getting it over the line to become operative in the district plan. I'll take the report as read, thank you. And any questions?
Any questions? No questions, so you've got away lightly today. Yeah.
I think could be the time.
Waited all this.
I would just say it's been through a robust process,
Yeah.
including appeals, as you would have read, and happy to get it to the end stage.
Yep, I think it's pretty comprehensive. So thank you. So I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Jenny? Comments? Deputy Mayor Hallam.
Thank you for staying till 6 o'clock tonight. And for doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well said. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a bookend. I started that by saying that, but that's now, so I think I'm fully supported, so good on you guys. So, but I think we made the decision quickly, so because it was comprehensive, and time for you to go home. Thank you very much. All right. So I'll put the motion on the screen. Have we done that? I think we've done that. So we put the motion on the screen. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. Oh yeah, Justin, you're still going. So 8.8.10, council appointment to the Wanganui naming panel. This should be pretty easy, I think, as well. So appoints Councillor Charlotte, Dr. Bronwyn Labram and Mary Ann Ewing. All those, so do we, slow down. Do we have a mover? Councillor Philippa and Councillor Glenda a second. Do we have any questions of clarification? Okay, gone. So we have a mover, we have a seconder. So we have any comments on this item? Okay, a couple of comments. Councillor Charlotte.
I'd just like to thank you, Mayor Andrew, for this opportunity to get some more experience at chairing, and I look forward to this opportunity. Thanks.
Councillor Josh.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge what a well-rounded panel this is. I mean, we've obviously put together some pretty comprehensive criteria for determining new names and replacement of names, and I think this group, alongside mana whenua representatives and developers, will form a really well-rounded panel of assessors for those decisions, so happy to support.
Great. Councillor Michael.
I think this is the fourth time, so I'll be very brief. I don't like our process. I don't think this is right. It doesn't make any sense. I'll be abstaining. Thank you.
All right, great. So my only comment is I think that we've ended up with a really good diverse group here, and I'm very happy to support Councillor Charlotte to be the elected member representative and chair, and I think it's a really good opportunity for to as you say, to chair and hone those skills. So happy to support it. All right. So no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen as it's written. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Abstain?
I'm abstaining.
Yes, okay, yeah, that's a good point. Motion is carried. All right, great. Item 8.11, the tram feasibility study report. So that the council receive the report, tram feasibility study report. So I'll pass over to you, David.
Through you, Worship, I'll keep this relatively brief. You'll recall that you instructed officers to undertake a feasibility study of extending the tramway. That was brought back to council because after tendering the work with consultants, the price from the market didn't fit within the budget. You gave further direction for us to go away and try again and to deliver it with officer resources. This is the conclusion of that piece of work. The conclusion is that it is not financially viable to extend the tramway at this time. It is unlikely to provide sufficient financial or economic benefit to justify the cost of the engineering works. The report has, though, identified a number of opportunities that could be made at an operational and a governance level, specifically around partnering up and formalising the relationships between other attractions within Wanganui, the Waimarie, the Drury Hill Elevator, and potentially the London Bus, to form a package of heritage transport experiences that could also be used to connect some of our cultural institutions like the Opera House and the Sargent Gallery when it reopens. The report recommends that these opportunities are pursued first, and then if at some point in the future it is proving to be successful, it may reverse the financial position of a track extension and you could reconsider it based on its performance. I'll leave it there. There's a lot more detail in the report, but I'll take it as read. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Michael.
Just to be really clear, the $42 million tram network is completely unfeasible until we have more users, more population. Do we know when we could do that?
Through you, Worship, are you referring to the...
In the report it states...
about it is a viable public transport network?
Yeah.
It would be a significant increase in the number of users, but even then, for a small town like Wanganui, it's probably always going to be uncompetitive compared to funding a bus service.
So much larger. Okay, okay.
Great. So no further questions.
Oh, one more thing.
Oh, you do. Sorry, you laid on that.
So just, David, you might say in the detail in the report, but in regard to these, like the tram, the Waimario, the Jury Hill elevator, etc., working, the recommendation then working closer together, and then kind of saying, well, you know, if that kind of works, you know, maybe down the track we can move the, you know, we can look at this tram extension or something further. But sorry, is there any is there any support for them to work better together, whether support of various staff or financially or anything? I'm just wondering, you know, it's one of these things like it's a great idea in theory, and it seems like they should, but actually, if all the will in the world, they're busy just trying to keep their own thing afloat.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to answer that. I'm going to override the Chief Executive.
Okay, I'm happy to give you first crack, and then David can come in if fill any gaps.
I'm suggesting I answer that because I've been appointed the chair of the Tramways Trust, which operates the network. And David, our Chief Executive, set up, he did a lot of work, and we have Marion Johnston, who's the chair of the Waimarie Trust. We have Mayor Andrew Tripe on the trust, and we have Anthony Tonnen from the Jury Hill Elevator, myself. So we're the core team who now are taking this forward. So you can see that there's already that joined up. We're trying to think, how can we all join up better as this historic transport offering? We're in early days because we've only just met a couple of times, but there's a lot of commitment from those people, Marion Johnson, Andrew, Anthony Tonnen and myself. You've also got a separate trust, the Tram Ownership Trust, which owns the tram, which is Rob Vinson, Michael Law and Bill Graham. So we've got a lot of work to do, but there is a huge desire to simplify and make more efficient, and all work together to make something a bit more cohesive, and that will pay something back to the organisations that are running all those different offerings. In short, now you can answer.
Through your worship, first comment I would make is the tram trusts are independent of council, so the report's recommendations are just that, they're recommendations, and the trusts are free to choose what they do with them, whether they action them or ignore them. They're called because they are independent. In terms of answering your question though, there's currently no plans or budget or resource provision for providing benefits in kind to the trust in terms of support. Council could choose to do that, but we would need to look at what the cost implications of that is and what level of support council provides in the context of, you're also asking me to find efficiency savings, which is incompatible with doing more work.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was just asking because I think it's kind of like where to. So.
Okay. Great. So no further questions. So can I have a mover, Councillor Deputy Mayor Helen, and a seconder? I'm happy to second. So do we have any comments on this item? Deputy Mayor Helen.
Very briefly, I just want to thank the Tram Operating Committee, who are actually a whole team of volunteers who are down at the tram at least once a week and are actually the ones who make it happen. and they're incredibly enthusiastic and knowledgeable, and the Trust is starting a really great relationship with them, and we're really looking forward to progress.
Yeah, and I support that too. I think it's an opportunity to think differently, and it's to acknowledge also those that have been before us to get this going, but it also highlights Wanganui's point. One of the points of difference I often talk about, and that's heritage, and it's something we should retain. So, all right.
Yes, I should have mentioned Kritso Ventner. He was a trustee, and he's just recently stepped down. He's put a lot of years and work into this, so I really thank him for that. Also, Annette Main is the same, and we're working with a couple of other existing trustees who we're hoping to stay on for at least a couple of months, and we'll thank them in due course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, great. So no further comments. I'll put the motion on the screen that the council receive the report, the tram feasibility study, and all those in favour. Aye, against? Motion is carried. I assume that was correct. Does anyone say? All right, thank you. Everyone's quite tired. What's going on? Everyone's tired at the end of the day. All right, going as fast as we can. All right, next item is 8.12, 2025 Waitangi District Council formal meeting structure. Again, you've had plenty of opportunity to see this and plenty of time to comment, so thank you for those that have. But Bridget, is anything, we'll take the report as read, but is anything that you'd like to highlight?
Yep, so best report of the day. So just a couple of high-level ones. So this has been a long piece of work. I've tried to take a very strategic approach to it of where our statutory deadlines are for the important decisions that we need to make and build out from that, being mindful of when we've got public holidays and things is that we can factor in some really good breaks for the year, as well as trying to make sure that we've got capacity to cover the meetings that we have. Just a quick note on this calendar goes up to the election period. Okay, we haven't scheduled any meetings past that because that will be one of the things that the incoming council will do. So in terms of where the meetings stop before the elections, it's been a bit of a balance of allowing, if people want to retire, them to have that little bit of grace period to say their valedictory speeches and to leave without being too close to all that electioneering kind of thing, as well as being mindful at what point we can make forward decisions that will then affect the incoming council. We do have an operations and performance and potentially a council one that is during that election one, which will continue to give you oversight of council operations. And that is also with the thing that at any point, if we needed to call a extraordinary meeting because there was a decision that could not be delayed, we always have that opportunity. So in saying that, I'm happy to take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
All right. Okay.
I just want to point out in April, placeholder before Easter Friday. Do you think that's a good idea?
Just because
I know it's a placeholder, but it's like, you know, it's like one of those days where people just want to clear out, not have yeah. So I'm just asking that question.
I would like that to be a placeholder that we don't need to use.
Okay, great. All right. So no further comments, no further questions. So I'll move this item that the council adopts the 2025 formal meeting schedule. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ross, thank you. So any comments on this item? I think you've all had a chance to comment, so...
I'll just have a quick one.
Oh, right.
If I may. As I've said to a number of you already, I don't think that we should be winding down the council meetings throughout the election period. We're paid for 3 years. We should work for 3 years. I don't think we should be making any big or strategic decisions in that time, but I think it should be work as usual. I know that I don't have a strong support for that, but that is my position, and I'm just restating it. Thank you.
I support you on that. We should carry on. But if there's any substantive decisions, then we won't be.
Yeah, well, it's not really
we'd leave
carrying
that
on,
alone.
is it?
No.
There's hardly anything there.
No,
So.
that's right. All right. Okay. Councillor. Right. So no further comments.
No, thank you.
No, it's no further comments. So I'll put the motion on the screen. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried. So the next item is 8.13, the Chief Executive's Report, September 2024. So, David, would you like to highlight any items in your report?
Through your worship, I will take the report as read, and I know everyone wants to get through this and get home, but I did want to take the opportunity just to highlight a few things more for the benefit of the public and any reporters that may be listening in. So just running through some of the key points in the report, the AA credit rating and retaining that is has already been previously reported, but just acknowledge that's quite a good result both for council as an organisation, but also our community, because it will preserve or keep our cost of borrowing lower. And that's quite an achievement at a time when many other councils are having their credit ratings downgraded. That also flows through into the next section of the report, just looking at the financial performance for the financial year just gone. And whilst we are declaring a deficit for the year, when you consider that is almost wholly attributable to the fact that our insurance premiums went up by the amount of the deficit that we're declaring, about $1.6 million. It is still a good result, albeit we never set out to deliver a deficit. And on top of that, we've accommodated a significant amount of unbudgeted additional work that council's instructed officers to carry out during the year, which we've effectively managed to absorb within our budgets by finding efficiencies elsewhere and savings. So some really good results there. It does also lead in, and it's not in the report, but some of the points that Mayor Andrew made during his opening speech. If you look at the 10 years of the long-term plan, we are going to spend about 80% of our capital funding on core infrastructure, and only about 6 or 7% is spent on the libraries, the galleries, the museums going forward. But looking back at our capital works delivery, the last 12 months, we have by and large delivered almost all of the capital program. There's about $10 million of projects that have been delayed and deferred, mainly because of our internal capacity to deliver them. We haven't got enough project managers. Of the work we have delivered, it has almost all come in on or under budget, and the entire program is, at my current count, only about 0.5% away from budget. So there's a lot of rhetoric around how councils can't deliver projects because we often only talk about the 1 or 2 projects that have gone over budget. There's 98 budget lines in our capital program in this year just gone by, and we've delivered most of it, and we've delivered most of it on time, on budget. So we do need to start talking about the wins a little bit more, which is part of the reason why I'm flagging this now with you. Included in my report, I have given you a little bit of a table that is tracking how we are performing against the 6-point plan and all of the different initiatives that have been baked into the long-term plan budgets. As you can see there, between finding non-rates revenue, efficiency savings, the cuts to services, bringing in more rates revenue from population growth and our development contributions policy, there is about almost $13 million of financial targets that we need to meet this year in order to come in on budget. We're making good progress. Early inroads, we're effectively tracking ahead of time, but there's still a lot of work to do. in order to close this financial year out with a good result and not delivering another deficit. I'm just running through. Another highlight I would draw your attention to is the Ombudsman's reporting and publishing of Lagoima complaints data. During the last 6 months, there were 6 complaints against Wanganui District Council. Of those 6, only 2 were upheld as justified complaints. 1 because of a technical procedural failing that we didn't consult with the requester before we declined their request for information. We declined the request on the basis that we'd already given them the information they were asking for, which the Ombudsman agreed with. So it was on a technicality that we were held to account there. And then finally, one of the other complaint was we missed a Lagoima request that was buried in one of the 1600 LTP submissions, and the Ombudsman had no sympathy for that and said a failure is a failure to meet the timeframes. The reason I highlight this is hopefully it can give our community some confidence and trust in the organisation that when they ask for information, it's given freely, and we are trying to be as open and transparent as possible. And hopefully that's reflected in those findings from the Ombudsman. There is a lot of work going on at the moment around the Three Waters reforms, and our community can expect more engagement, more communication from the council as we progress towards Christmas. The CCO transition work is progressing well. Wanganui and Partners have been successfully transitioned in-house. Their financial accounts for the year are complete and just going through the audit process. That is effectively the final step before we can close the company and remove it from the company's register. So good progress there. I have also included information about my health and safety due diligence activities. As you can see, an assortment of activities ranging from talking to our staff, but also visiting some of our facilities. Most notably, what is new for council is the resource recovery facility. There are a number of operational issues that need to be addressed at the site. What I would say is, meeting the team down there, we have inherited a really good, passionate, motivated bunch of staff, and Jess, the new team leader, was amazing. When I met her, she'd been in the job for about a week and a half. She was talking like she knew the place inside and out. Really knowledgeable and a great addition to our team, and I have a lot of confidence that she's going to get across the health and safety issues that we're picking up and get them put to bed in good time. I'll leave the report there and open up for questions.
Okay. Councillor Michael. Jenny, Michael.
Just a simple one. From a Lagoima point of view, can we not enforce a process, i.e. like that was buried inside other documentation? I just don't understand why we're not allowed to enforce a process, which a lot of ministries do enforce the process.
Through your worship, effectively that was our defence to the Ombudsman when they investigated that particular complaint, was that we didn't think it was fair or reasonable for council's officers to have to read the 1600 submissions as they came in, just on the off chance that somebody had slipped a Lagoima request in there, because the purpose of the consultation is not to ask for information from council, but to provide the community's views and preferences. The Ombudsman's got a different opinion on it. He ruled against us and upheld the complaint. We remedied it by issuing a formal apology to the requester, and that closed the matter out. If I may just quickly go back to the introduction, one further point to highlight is the properties in the CBD. We have executed the sale and purchase of the 33 Victoria Avenue property, and we're already undertaking work with real estate agents to bring in hopefully a new business into the CBD that will replace Wanganui Furnishings when they choose to exit their lease. The Ridgeway properties, after completing the due diligence process, we found a number of issues that really affected the financial return on that potential investment. We also have made some progress with the hotel feasibility work, which has indicated that a hotel in the CBD is still viable without those properties. As a result, we have not followed through on that process. That does mean that there's still about $1.25 million of funds remaining in the City Endowment Reserve, which are ring-fenced for reinvestment into our property portfolio. It also means that the additional debt that we were forecast to take on hasn't been needed, so we haven't borrowed that money. So there's no cost to the ratepayer because it's been funded from, or the Vic Ave property has been funded entirely from the profits of the property portfolio. Again, I'll go back to questions now.
Right. We've got Councillor Charlotte, question.
Thank you. So just on that last point, just for clarity's sake, there has been no cost to the ratepayer for the purchase of that building so far, correct?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct. The purchase was funded entirely from the reserve. The reserve has been built up from the profits made by the property portfolio over recent years, so no cost to the ratepayer.
And just for further clarification, that purchase that did go ahead on Victoria Avenue, can you confirm that the point of that purchase was to bolster our property portfolio for profit's sake to reduce ratepayer rates?
Through your worship, that's the primary purpose of the City Endowment Reserve Fund, is to reinvest the profits to grow the portfolio and to create non-rates revenue for council. It obviously can have multiple purposes. There's a contribution towards revitalising the CBD, particularly if we can bring new businesses in to backfill Wanganui Furnishings when they eventually exit.
Wonderful, thank you. And just a final question. Can I just ask how often this report is going to be coming to council?
Through your worship, I know that there's an appetite from elected members to get these reports regularly, so I aim to provide one at every meeting going forward. Yeah, sorry, every full council meeting, not every committee meeting though.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Kate.
Thank you. Just in relation to the surplus funds that are ring-fenced for further investment into the City Endowment portfolio, I'm pretty clear on where we're heading with the Harbour Endowment portfolio. We have commercial directors that are looking at improving and rationalising what we're doing there. What is the process for the City Endowment property portfolio?
Through your worship, through the long-term plan, you set financial targets for me and my team to improve the return on that portfolio and effectively bring in more money to offset rates. To achieve that, we have employed a commercial property manager who is, comes with a background in managing property and these kind of portfolios. With the way delegations are set at the moment, any future purchases or expenditure from that reserve fund would have to come back to council for a decision. So officers will be looking for those opportunities, and then we'll bring reports to you as we go and as we discover them. One of the early things we've done is the property manager has created a full schedule of every single property in the portfolio. They've been classified as to whether they are an actual commercial property, whether the property is serving a public good by being leased to a community organisation at a below market rate lease. And then there's a few other classifications that we've put them in so that we can actually sort through the property portfolio and identify what is a commercial investment versus what is providing social or community benefit. That list is allowing us then to rank each of the properties based on their return on capital, so that we can see what are the top performers, what are the bottom performers, and then we can start to prioritise how do we manage the portfolio so that we can up its return. That may mean selling or disposing of poor performing assets, or investing in them to improve their return, and adding hopefully more to the top end of the high performing properties.
Sure, thank you. Just in terms of I'm familiar, and I'm sure you are too, with the phrase, a statement of investment performance objectives. So are we going to do a process where we look at not only the portfolio that we've got and not only the return that we require, but what our spread looks like, and that we might actively look for investment, say in not commercial, for example, to make sure we're spreading our risk?
Yes, so you've got a workshop coming up in the next few weeks that is looking at both our insurance strategy but also our investment risk appetite, diversification of our investments across all of your investment portfolios, but within each portfolio, say the property one, and whether you diversify by buying different types of property or property in different locations, so you may choose to invest a proportion outside of Wanganui. All of those things are options that you're going to be asked to consider, and then we'll be rewriting or updating the investment policy to reflect whatever direction you give to management.
Perfect, thank you.
Go to Councillor Philippa.
Well, yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, it's a great report. Just a couple of things to hone in on. Point 11 talks about the 6-point plan, and it talks about the efficiency savings, and of course you've been tasked with all this for the LTP. Currently about 30 FTEs, vacancies on hold. I guess my question is kind of, I mean, are you concerned, are you concerned about the IQ that we may be lost from not just council but this community? We've had, with other public sector, positions being challenged from outside of council. We've heard in the past, for example, we have hard to find town planners, and as we're kind of moving forward out of a cost of living crisis, and as we've got inflation and interest rates going down, and we hope to keep getting people into Wanganui, but I don't know, it's a bit of a big question that requires a bigger answer. I'm not challenging you, but just have you got any high-level thoughts there?
Yes. So first of all, I'm gonna assume you meant IP, not IQ.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're not losing IQ.
That time of night.
Although after a long meeting like this, maybe I am.
IP and
look,
IQ.
it's a really good point, and is one of the things we need to balance is making sure we protect our institutional memory and knowledge, so that we don't break things because people with key bits of information leave the organisation and take that knowledge with them. So it is one of the things that we actively manage when we're looking at these. What I would say, and I can't remember if I put it in the report, I have been looking back over the last 2 and a bit years since I got here, because this isn't the first drive for efficiency, and I did do a management restructure early on when we got here. We can, when you adjust for the splash centre coming in-house and those kind of changes, we do actually have fewer staff, fewer FTE today than we did 2.5 years ago, delivering more work because we have actually become a more efficient organisation. The proportion of our costs that are spent on overheads have gone from 19% to about 15 or 16%. So we are leaner at the top because we have fewer senior managers. We've asked our managers to have a broader span of control, so that we can have fewer people in those management positions, but without compromising our knowledge and prioritising keeping staff resource in frontline services. So again, a good key message for our community here is we've heard you want a lean, efficient council that does a good job, but without lots of managerial bums on seats. I think we're delivering, but I also think there's still room for improvement.
Thank you. And I guess the second question is also about the 6-point plan graph is fantastic, and monitoring it, and the work to date, and about 21% of your, target, but it's a big target. And I guess in brief, I'm not, it's going to be hard to meet some of that stuff. I mean, I'm looking at the aquatics at the top and thinking, with, a target of $1 million, I think I'm looking at saving, but, we've made a decision around it. We've made decisions around pools, and I think that's going to be hard to retain. I mean, we've made final decisions around pools, but it's going to be hard to meet that in this annual plan this year.
So through you, Your Worship, just to be clear, those top ones, the aquatics down to building control, those are the non-rates revenue targets that we have for fees and charges and bringing money in, not cost-saving targets.
Right.
The cost-saving targets are in the efficiency and cuts to services categories.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. It's a great table, but, and all the best getting the right balance right.
I will agree with you. We've been ambitious and stretched ourselves with the targets that we've set, but I do think that they're still credible. And as you can see, this is 1 month in. We think we've already secured 20% of the target. So we're ahead of where we need to be if you were to take a 1/12 of the target. Doesn't mean to say we're done and dusted though.
Okay. Move. Hip second. Councillor Philippa.
Yep.
Got comments? I'm just going to step out. I've got quite a few calls coming from my wife, so bear with.
I'm one of us. Yep. Look, I just want to thank you, David, for this. I, for one, have been asking for this. It's a report that previous councils have had. I've been asking for it most of the time. You've been our chief executive. I think it's a really great public report. I think it will. It's a lot of. Hopefully, going forward, it's not going to. Looks like it's very comprehensive. Maybe it doesn't need to be so big going forward. As we, the work to get this underway, I think is high. But I think it's great for the public to be able to see in a snapshot. I guess what you do for your job, but largely what we do as an organisation, and for us to be able to monitor things quite quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. I just total what Philippa said, really. It was a really fantastic report, and the breadth of that it covered was fantastic. I really appreciate it. Really enjoyed reading it. Well done. Look forward to the next one.
No other comments. On behalf of the Mayor, I'll just say thank you, David. It is an excellent report and very informative and very, very useful. So I'm going to put the motion that the Council receives the Chief Executive's report September 2024. All those in favour? Against? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, when your wife calls you 5 times, you have to take it. So that's what I've done. So thank you. All is good. All is okay. Next item was the motion to...
Just before you do that, Mr. Chair.
Oh, right. Sorry, yes.
I'm just wondering if we need a recommendation that we're going to go out of standing orders for 6 hours.
I'm just I was pondering that, and Anna and I talked about that before. So we might not, and I'm hoping that we I don't want to rush through things though. So let's just do this properly. But let's make a call on that at 5:02, and if we have to extend the meeting, then we'll. Okay. All right. Okay, let's keep moving. So, motion is put the motion to exclude the public. I'm able to move that. Second, Councillor Glenda, and the reason is that we've got a confidential item to discuss the Chief Executive's performance. So, and the minutes of the in the minutes as well. So, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Motion is carried.